and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week. Another edition of ESL Open Cup Americas number 234. I'm, of course, host Live VIP, and with me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, and by, not quite my plushies. Hold on. do I have to fix that? Bam! There we go. Have my plushies ready for this as we're jumping into our first series of the night. Exclamation mark B in the chat, and you will get a link to the Wikipedia page to the ESL official bracket as well. So you can have a gander of all the players that are competing here tonight. Again, such a wide array of players from the Americas, from Europe, from South Korea as well. They're all coming together here in ESL Americas as they do every single week. It's going to be an amazing morning of StarCraft. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our American Protoss player, the Teal Protoss, representing Clan TGCF. It is Probe Scout. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Zerg player going for a pool first, as we have a cannon rush opposing him. Oh my god. The American Zerg, the blue Zerg, representing Match Arena Esports. It is a Star Killer. Let us go. You do love to see it here. Probe Scout, he is renowned by many as being the Protoss player that did cannon rush Zest out of an ESL Americas many years ago at this point. I can't believe it's been so long, but it does feel like yesterday where Probe Scout did cannon rush the hell out of Zest, knocked him out of a tournament, and knocked him into retirement even. Kappa. But yeah, Probe Scout is a renowned cannon rusher from the Americas. Meanwhile, Star Killer is also a very aggressive player in his own right. I'm sure Star Killer is familiar with Probe Scout, at least historically. Star Killer and Probe Scout have been inactive for quite some time. Star Killer was an active pro, but now has since stepped away from the game. Great to see him stepping back in, though. The Overlord will confirm the cannon, will confirm the pylon, will confirm the positioning. But alas, Star Killer already went for a pull first. He went pool into double gas, working towards link speed, working towards roaches. Star Killer is already setting up for his own one base play, which means this cannon rush isn't anywhere near as threatening as it otherwise would be, as Star Killer does bleed out a Ling, but alas should be throwing down a roach one. I say that Lair is on the way. We have options. We have options with the Lair. We could go for a Ling Queen Nidus all-in, bearing in mind that we are researching Ling speed, but we do have extra gases here, so we're going to have an excess of gas. We should have seen a roach one by now. Roach one should have been thrown down by now, so I'm leaning more along the lines of a Nidus all-in instead. Overlord is getting across the map. Overlord is getting in position to get vision into the main base, and Probe Scout is unaware. Probe Scout right now is focusing on walling up, cannons across the map, very little to defend back at home. Likewise, Probe Scout also looking for potential ninja bases, just making sure there's nothing too crazy going on. But again, this Overlord is going to do so well for Star Killer. Spine Crawler on the way just to make sure that we're safe and sound up in the main. And with the completion of this layer, we should be seeing that Nidus. As the Overlord, again, just going to be skirting around the edge. Layer about to finish. The other option, I guess, with the excess gas. Okay, so it is going to be Nidus, but that is Swarm Host play. I imagine Swarm Host Nidus Worm out of Star Killer. Interesting choice. Very interesting. Meanwhile, the Stalker does go in for a scout, and we get a full scout of the main. We get eyes on the Lair, but not much else. Again, the last thing we would expect is an infestation pit. Stalker is going to be shut down. Meanwhile, Overlord getting in position for that Nidus. So it's not going to be a Nidus into the main. It's going to be a Nidus outside the main base instead. Probe is checking for Nidus worms. But I love this. This is a really unique decision. But to go for the Swarm Host, to go for the Nidus worm, does mean that the Nidus worm is going to be outside the main, not inside. It's going to be that much more difficult to scout. It's going to be that much more difficult here. As we are setting up, there we go, we have our Swarm Host on the way. Now, the Nidus Swarm outside, okay, we do see Probe Scout, he's looking. he's scouring the map, looking for what could be going on, potentially looking for the goal base as well. But the Locust Wave, it's going to have a hard time threatening the base itself. It can threaten the tech structure here at least. Forge and Cybercore, we're not going for the Nidus Swarm. Okay, so we're using the Swarm Host to break out. We're not using the Swarm Host across the map. It's going to be used to break through this defensive line, but we have a line of cannons. I don't know if the Swarm Host can really do too much. The Locust Wave can really do too much. Yeah, we clean up every single Locust, and now the jig is up. Now Probe Scout is fully aware of what's going on up until this point. Okay, so the infestation pit. He did see the infestation. Now we get the Nidus Worm. Probe Scout is fully aware so far. The Locust Wave hasn't been able to accomplish too much and shouldn't be able to. You can see here that no shield damage was done either here to Probe Scout, and we're going for a ninja base. We're going for the gold. This means that even if the main base gets shut down, we can always recall. We can recall to the safety of the gold base. Double proxy, proxy starports are on the way here for Probe Scout as well, towards the bottom left-hand corner of the map. +1 air attack. Local save is getting higher and higher, though. We're now collapsing on top of the cannons. And this time we should be able to shut them down. We're going for the pylon. The Artosis pylon goes down. The Prism can repower everything, but not a bad pickup. Not a bad pickup here. Oof. As we depower the cannons. More Swarm Hosts on the way. Minimal Lings. Going for another Locust Wave. Yeah, laying siege upon the cannons. Backup pylon is a ways away. The probe was not quite in position. Nice juggling. Appreciate the juggling there at the Probe Scouts, but we're about to have another Locust Wave available. A little bit premature. It's gonna be jumping in. There we go. Locust Wave now collapses. Does focus on the cannons, denies the pylon, and we will break out. But the scary thing here is not just the ninja base, but the sky toss. We're going for the mass void ray, and with these void rays, very little shoots up. We have 3 queens. I mean, the queen count, sorry, 4 queens. We have the queen count is good. Defensively, the queens are okay. The problem is, even with this Nidus Worm, the void ray should be able to reign supreme as long as they're in position. There we go. Nidus into the main. Probe Scout. No reaction. Delayed reaction. Nidus Worm is going to finish. Void Rays actually going across the map instead. I'm not too fond of this because of the queen count, right? Because of the amount of queens that we have, these Void Rays shouldn't get too much done. And there we go. We get Lings and the Swarm Host into the main base. Main base is going to be forfeit. Can we deny +1? I mean, +1 is scattered. It is confirmed. We get into the middle line. At the same time, yeah, the queens, they hold the line. We depowered the Cyber Core. +1. We're 0.3 seconds away. It was so close. It does not finish. We don't recall the workers. 17 probes go down, and now Probe Scout is down to 1 base, but it is the gold. It is the gold. If we can get another Nidus Swarm across the map, if we can get the Swarm Host onto this gold base, it's going to be game. I mean, we have very little to work with. Sure, we have Void Rays and a head-on fight. I want to favor Probe Scout. He's looking for Overlords. He's looking for Vision. Starkiller comes in with the Lings, and he will confirm. There we go. He does get eyes on the gold, on the proxy. Nidus is on the way. Void Rays rotate over, and they will catch a Nidus Worm. It's so important right now for Probe Scout to catch and shut down these Nidus Worms. And he will be able to. Nidus Worm does fall. Backup Nidus on the way. It is going to be spotted immediately and will be shut down. So again, very well done here by Probe Scouts. Nidus, I mean, it's going to finish up, but it's at half HP. It's not going to be worth investing into it. Yeah, we don't unload. Another backup Nidus is spotted. And a Probe Scout, he's just shutting it all down, forcing his opponent to expand. There we go. Natural base now on the way. +1 melee. Lings are amassing. Nidus into the center of the map. A bit of a desperation move. It's quite far out. But remember, the win condition here is to get on top of the base. Meanwhile, the Void Ray count, how many are we working with? 4, soon to be 6. 6 Void Rays. That's, I mean, it's getting quite high. And once we hit critical mass of Void Ray, then the queens will not be enough. How many queens do we have? 6 queens so far. The queens are waddling out. Ooh, okay, we're leaving the bases vulnerable. But the queens are committing. Swarm Host waddling in. The first Swarm Host is going to go down. We get 1 Swarm Host. We get 2 Swarm Hosts. Where's the Locust Wave? We can't spend too much time here. Okay, we get on top of the base itself. We go for the Locust Wave. And what are we going to be able to focus down here? The DPS is a little bit spread out. So we do get the cannon. Oh, the move command. Yeah, rough move command, but it looks like, okay, the base will fall. We get the Nexus. We get a handful of probes. And can we get the Stargate? We cannot. Oh, a lot of Swarm Hosts went down in that assault. Lings, they shut down the Stargate again. These queens, yeah, I don't know why we brought them. Like, we need to get the hell out of here. Probe Scout going for a backup base. Void Rays are moving out, so they punish these Swarm Hosts very hard. Oof, we lost almost every single one. The base is denied. And I have to give the edge to the Void Rays. Now the Queens do come back. The Queens have returned, but the Void Rays, they're breaking through into the main. Where are the Queens? There we go. Queens have popped. We need some clutch transfuse. Transfuse is going to be going off, pulling back to the safety of the Spores. The Void Rays, they activate the Prismatic Alignment, and I think the Void Rays, can they reign supreme? It's going to be close. The Void Rays are getting so low. The Spore in the back line, and we barely defend. We shut down the Void Rays. The Queens, they hold the line. GG gets called, and Starkiller takes game number 1. GG. Again, if those Queens were any later racing back home, then it would have been disastrous. But alas, thankfully they did make it. We lost a lot of Swarm hosts in the process, but hey, we did have enough to defend. We shut down the base. Congratulations. Congratulations to Starkiller for taking the first game, but that was a chaotic. That was a wild game. It was crazy. It was beautiful. You know what it was? NA. Welcome everyone to ESL Open Cup Americas, baby. Emphasis on the Americas as we are here covering some NA on NA action. It gets crazy, it gets wild, it gets rowdy. It gets crazy. That's what we like. We like it rowdy, papi. Oh, let's go. Let us go. I'm more than happy to embrace the chaos, and we're here to do so. Catching up in the chat. I'm catching up in the chat. He cannon rushed me to death, but he's so nice. Who cannon rushed you? Probe Scout? Probe Scout, he's a GM player. Oh my god. What's he doing on the Australian server? Aerodynamic. True. But we are going to be settling in. We are going to be settling into our game. Settling into game 2. And so far, it looks like it's going to be on Gosha. Now, I imagine another Cannon Rush. For those who are maybe unaware, Probe Scout does one thing and one thing only. That is Cannon Rush. Like, that's his MO. That's all he does and all he ever will. I'm hoping to be the case at least. He's a bit of an animal. He's like the NA Gref, right? Like Gref, he also is from Europe. He's from Ukraine. He does nothing but Cannon Rush. Probe Scout is very similar. There's a couple players like that. Who's the other one? Boanan, I think. Boanan is another one. In the European region where they do nothing but Cannon Rush. And they're damn good at Turkey Dano. That's another one. Turkey Dano, the Brazilian Protoss player, also just pure cannons, pure chaos. Is what they embrace. Now, Starkiller is also a very cheesy, very aggressive player. Starkiller, he's very aggressive. And, I mean, we saw that, right? Starkiller, without even scouting, he blindly went pool first into double gas. Like, he was already going for a pool first double gas build, even before seeing what Probe Scout was doing in that first game. So, again, Starkiller is also hyper aggressive and hyper cheesy, so that's why I love when these two animals collide, you know? When they collide, it makes for something beautiful, and that's what we're here for. We're here for the beauty of Probe Scout versus Starkiller. Let's go. But yeah, it was a really cool response to go for the Swarm host the way that he did. Not necessarily the most direct approach to go for like a Nidus into the main or something like that. And again, we saw the Probe Scout, he was looking for the Nidus into the main. He was scouring the map for something crazy like that, and was making sure to shut that sort of thing down. We saw that it wasn't the Nidus Swarm initially. First, it was the Swarm host to break out of the contain and to shut down the proxy. So yeah, there was a lot of layers there. A lot of layers to what was going on. Got him a few times on the ladder. Este Probe Scout. Hi. Yeah, from here we are going to be settling in, and we'll see where he takes us. As it looks like we were just waiting for our players, but we have our Zerg player now joining the lobby, and we're getting ready for game 2. Getting ready to jump on in. hear the beeps. We're loading into that second game. Loading into Ghost River. And what are we going to be embracing here? Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our American Protoss player, the Teal Protoss representing Clan TGCF. It is a Probe Scout. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the American Zerg player going for the 12 pool, the Red Zerg representing Matcherino Esports. It is a Starkiller. The chaos is upon us once again. Probe is moving out across the map. A pylon has been set, and I'm waiting for the forge. Likewise, we'll see how we respond this time. Bearing in mind that because we're on Ghost River, the rush distance by ground is very short. There's the forge on the way, as to be expected from Probe Scout. Is going for the cannon rush, and back at home, Starkiller is setting up with his 12 pool. Link should be on the horizon. I'm curious where we set up though, and there it is. Probe Scout going for the pylon into the natural. Boys are being pulled already. Again, we haven't even seen the cannon rush, but Starkiller clearly knows who he is. I mean, Probe Scout has a big reputation amongst the pro players for cannon rushing. He's notorious for doing so, so everyone is aware. The boys are here. Cannon is on the way. We did wall off. We're going for the pylon, but alas, I'm not too sure if it's going to be enough here. Yeah, extra boys being pulled, but they feel a little bit late. We get some decent service area on the pylon. Decent service area. Lings are on the way. Again, because of the 12 pool, they have arrived in time. It's going to be close. Oh, it's going to be so close here. The cannon does finish. The pylons are getting low. And this is, the cannon is going to be able to get quite a bit of damage dealt on this. Drones are being targeted. We do get, oh, the retargeting. We do get 2 drone kills so far, but the cannon will fall. It looks like we will clean this up. Did cost us some workers, but we defend. That's what matters here. We do defend. 4 drones go down, and the proxy is not going to get up and running. We're going to be able to focus down on both the pylons before anything gets built. Expansion's on the way. Starkiller has held. Whew. Starkiller has held. I was a little bit concerned that the cannon would finish and would punish, but it did finish and did punish, but not too much. Again, only 4 drone kills. Because of the 12 pool response, the Lings, they did arrive in time. And down goes the pylon, down goes the gateway, down goes everything here for Probe Scouts. And across the map, we do have our Cybercore back at home, but there's nothing. There's no cannon, there's no gateway. We're going for a massive counterattack. Probe Scout trying to set up a second proxy location, but alas, it's going to be too little too late at this point. Again, Starkiller looking to punish Probe Scout quite hard. And it's really cool to see that despite the fact that Starkiller has been inactive for many years, like Starkiller hasn't been competing for a long time, is still familiar and remembers Probe Scout. I mean, again, Probe Scout has been doing this for like 5 years. I didn't say 5 years. Oh, actually, yeah, encroaching 5 years. True. So Probe Scout has been doing this for years as well, and some things don't change. Some things don't change. Forge will fall. Lings are busting through. Cannon is on the way in the back line, but we're going for the pylon. The Artosis pylon. Pylon's going to be shut down. We have a backup pylon in the back line, and can the Lings get there? Boys are being pulled. So much economic damage. We're still flooding Lings across the map. Behind this, Starkiller is droning up. Is transitioning out of this. And even though the pylon will complete, even though the cannon's going to be repowered, it doesn't matter. Like, we can just threaten the mineral line. The cannon is out of range. The cannon doesn't actually support the mineral line. So Starkiller, all he has to do is just kite back, break on through, picks off a probe here or there. He's being zoned towards the cannon, but yeah, this is going to be a tough fight here for Probe Scout. Does bleed out 8, 9, 10 probes. 11 probes go down. We have 11 workers left. Starkiller with double the worker count across the map, more than double. And Probe Scout is still committed. You know, again, happy. We do one thing. We gotta double down. It is gonna be the robo across the map, but we just don't really have the economy to sustain robo production. We can't afford anything. We have the robo, sure, but it means nothing. At this point, it does mean nothing. As the Lings, they do scout, they do confirm location of the proxy. With the cannon, the Lings can't really touch the proxy location, but we have time. We have time before Probe Scout can even afford anything out of this Robo. So we can see Starkiller chilling, getting a little bit supply blocked. Will eventually break out. We have Link Speed on the way, Evo Chamber for +1 melee, assuming that's the direction we head. And I was going to say we could drone up, but now we're making Links. 14 Links on the way. With this Link Flood, we can shut down the cannon and shut down the Immortal. The Immortal can't really do much here. If the Immortal's able to wedge itself in between the Robo and the cannon itself to reduce surface area, then maybe we can trade a little bit more efficiently and buy time for the Adept to get across the map. But, oh, not like this. The Immortal pushing onto Creep. Link Speed isn't quite done yet. We go for the dive. We go for the surround. We catch the Immortal on Creep. The Immortal gets shut down. GG gets called. And Starkiller will take game number 2 and the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Starkiller. Again, essentially hard countering his opponent, going for the 12 pull, and even without scouting the pylon, he pulled the boys. Just because we, again, Probe Scout has a reputation, does have a notorious reputation, so we do respond, we do react, we do shut down the cannon rush ahead of time, and smooth sailings from then on forward. And again, what I'm most impressed by is that Starkiller, despite being inactive for a long time, despite retiring for years, he's still got it, you know, he's still got it. Still has retained a lot of that skill, and I'm gonna say he's retired, but it looks like he has been laddering a little bit again. Not too much, but yeah, not too much at all. But he has been laddering a little bit here and there, so it's great to see. Great to see the activity from Starkiller. Just double checking, and yeah, for the past like week or so, Starkiller, he's been laddering. Let's go. He's been laddering again. Is he back? Is this the return of Starkiller, or is it merely, you know, is he merely just returning? You know, we have seen a rise in returning players as of late. Players that maybe play games like Battle Aces or play some of the new RTSs that are on the horizon, and then they get that StarCraft itch, and then they come back. You know, we saw that yesterday with Jim Rising, and could be seeing it a little bit more as well. Regardless, I appreciate the return of Starkiller, and congratulations. GG, well played. With that, we are going to be following Starkiller into the next round. !B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. Let's hop on over. Okay, from the top here, let's refresh that bracket, and there's a lot to go over. There's a lot to go over. From the top, we have, oh, Scribbles. Scribbles did forfeit, so would have been looking forward to still seeing him against Mag. But Clem is the heavy hitter here in the upper half of the bracket. Clem is poised to make a deep run. Not many contenders here. Something that I did notice, and we'll go over it, is the fact that our lineups today are a little bit lighter than usual. Yeah, we're missing a lot of the regulars. We're missing a lot of regulars here, which is a bit of a shame, but regardless, I'm sure the later stages of the tournament are still going to be amazing, I'm sure. But for now, Clem, he is the heavy hitter. He's the #1 seed, and he should have a pretty smooth road to the semis. To be honest, like, we have Mag, we have I Am Data, we have Patches, we have Pig, we have Kaiju, Jay, Inexorable, Mute. I'm not too familiar with Pen, but out of all these players, Clem is the clear favorite and is going to make it to the semifinals. Scrolling down, this is where we now have some other big hitters. It's going to be Geralt. Geralt's facing off against him, going to be Hazel, DJ, or DJ Orgic? George? Hatsu's here. Let's go. Hatsu's here as well. Cobblestone, J Money, Green Earth, Skillus. We should be seeing Geralt make it here to the quarterfinals versus Skillus. We'll see if an upset does occur, but the eventual PvP is primed here between these two players. Again, best of luck to everyone else to try to slow them down. Likewise, best of luck to Inexorable to try to slow down Clem. It should be Clem versus Inexorable in the quarterfinals. There's been a lot of hype around Inexorable, the Brazilian Terran player, and definitely look forward to seeing some more of some Inexorable action, especially against Clem. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have the second half of the broadcast, or the second half of the bracket. We have Estrella Estrella is another big hitter here and looking to make a deep run. Luciano, I would say, is the biggest threat to Estrella in the round of 16, but Estrella is still the heavy favorite. Best of luck to Luciano, the Chilean player. I believe Chilean Zerg, if I remember correctly. I can't quite recall whether he's Zerg or Protoss. But Estrella should be able to make it through into the quarterfinals. In the quarterfinals, we see Sordov versus Rockstar in the round of 32. Sordov is going to be favored to have a rematch versus Estrella. Fun fact, over the last 2 weeks, Sordov and Estrella have played in ESL Americas. Like last week and the week before. We casted both times, by the way. Like Estrella and Sordov, they just keep facing off in this tournament time and time again. We'll see if Foxer can put a stop to that. We'll see if Foxer can cause an upset. Otherwise, best of luck to Sordov and Estrella. Scrolling down, we have Starkiller advancing on a face-off against Applejuice in the next round. That is going to be where we do... That's going to be our next series. It's going to be coming up next on the channel. Winner goes up against the Taiwanese player Shinobu. So we'll be following Applejuice into Starkiller, into Shinobu in the round of 16. Scrolling on down, we have Ninja versus Meower Doom. Winner goes up against Byun. Byun is the heavy favorite. As much love as I have for Applejuice and Starkiller and Shinobu and Meower Doom and Ninja, they're all amazing players. Alas, Byun, kind of like Clem in the upper half, is the heavy favorite to make it into the semi-finals. We'll see if someone can cause an upset. So a lot of the big names are spread out, and a lot of the big names are avoiding each other. I would say the closest quarterfinals match is going to be Geralt versus Skillus. That is hard to call. I would give the edge to Skillus, but it could go either way. Outside of that, as much love as I have for Inexorable, Clem is the favorite player against Inexorable. Likewise, Estrella's favored over Sordov, and likewise down here, Byun is favored over our players towards the south. So yeah, it does feel like we have some clear semi-finalists for the most part, but upsets do occur, and I wish the best of luck to all these other players here to make deeper and deeper runs and cause upsets. I mentioned before a historic event did occur a couple of years ago, which was Probe Scout cannon rushing the hell out of Zest. Now, Probe Scout is out of the tournament, but like that just goes to show that, you know, some cheeky plays, some cheeses, some much more unique styles can work against these big names. Can work. It has worked in the past, and it could work again. So, you know, even though there are favored players here in the brackets, there are chances and opportunities for upsets. So again, I wish everyone the best of luck. Good luck, Pat. Good luck. As oh my god, a big shout out. Sorry, I was a little bit engrossed in the bracket, but a shout out to Toadish number 2, not number 1. Number 2. Gracias, papi, gracias. God, thank you so much for subscribing for the first time with Twitch Prime. Thank you, papi, thank you. Much love, much love. Hope you enjoy the content, hope you enjoy the casting, hope you enjoy the channel. Hope you're having a great time, and welcome to the pond. Quack. Scrolling up. Starkiller, my ex-team captain for Alpha X. Yes, Starkiller he used to be on Alpha X, he used to be on Psionic Aftermath as well. Used to be on Psionic Aftermath. Sub before first message. Do appreciate it, man. Do appreciate it. Hold on, I need some emotes for you. Shinobi is my favorite, to be honest. That's fair. That's fair. Is a fair call. But you can hear the beeps. We're jumping into our next series, Protoss versus Zerg, Applejuice versus Starkiller, 2 NA players that are quite comparable in skill. That is why I did jump on this portion of the bracket. Probe Scout, Starkiller, Applejuice, like they're all Shinobu. I would say that it's quite hard to distinguish the favorite player between all of them. I mean, I guess maybe I would give the edge to Shinobu, but we're jumping into this, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Pigpan. It is Applejuice. And spawning in the top left hand corner, going for a 15 opener. Okay. I imagine going for a 15 hatch, we have the Teal Zerg player from the Americas representing Match We Knew Esports. It is Starkiller. Let's go. Shinobu's my child. Fair enough. As, okay, I assumed it was going to be a 15 hatch, but no, it is going to be a 15 spawning pool opener here at a Starkiller. Interesting. Now, remember what I said earlier. Starkiller is traditionally, historically, a very aggressive player. Very aggressive here, even though we saw a reason for the aggression in the last series because Probe Scout was cannon rushing. Even if his opponent is playing standard, Starkiller is going to be in your face. He's going to be up on in your face. No safe space available? I don't... What am I getting? Personal space, that's it. No personal space whatsoever between you and Starkiller, and we'll see how aggressive we want to be. For now, it is a pool hatch gas opener. We are banking up of those larvae, or that larva, getting into those initially 6 lings, I imagine. Yep, there we go. 6 lings are on the way, and the goal here is to move out across the map and to get on top of this pylon. Now, Apple Juice, ooh. No Probe Scout. Uh-oh. There's no Probe Scout, which means Apple Juice does not have the wherewithal to know that he has to defend back at home, that he has to wall up, make sure the pylon is safe, go for a Zealot first. Apple Juice is completely in the dark, and here come those lings. Now, this is not an all-in. We're droning up behind this, but because Apple Juice did not see this, because he didn't scout and recognize how late the hatchery was, there's no reason to wall up, and because there's no wall, this pylon is exposed. Uh-oh. The pylon is exposed. Lings, they get across the map. They're going for the pylon. We are going to be chronoing out that adept, but alas, it's going to be too little too late. The Lings, they have arrived, and they're going straight for the kill. Straight for the pylon. Adept is on the way. Can it finish in time? It's going to be close. Up. We're a couple of seconds away, and it looks like it will finish in time. Just in time. Pylon goes down. Denies Warp Gate. Denies the second adept, but the first adept has arrived. And we'll eventually clean this up, but the damage has been done. Ooh, 1 probe goes down in the main, a 2nd probe goes down as well. This has been well worth it. We clean up the Lings, but so far a successful 15 pool. A successful pool first here from Starkiller. Getting a pylon, getting 2 probes, denying mining time, and keeping the adept busy, delaying the second adept and delaying warp gates. So much damage was done. And now back at home, Starkiller is expanding and droning. We're turning up to 23. We have our queens moving out. Interesting response here by Apple Juice. Okay, we have a Robo being thrown down by the red Protoss player. With a Robo opener, this could be for Fast Immortals, for an Immortal-based all-in. This could be for a Bay, for something crazy like a Disruptor drop or a Colossus drop. I'm curious where Apple Juice is taking us. I'm curious. Meanwhile, in between the bases, Overlord does go for the dive. Diving into the main, does get a full scout, so Starkiller, he sees everything. This is enough of a tell to let Starkiller know we need an early Roach Warren. Not right now, but around 4:30-ish, sub 5 minutes. Ideally, we would want to throw down a safety Roach Warren to be safe and sound against early game aggression. Starkiller, he has a piece of the puzzle. Gateway Explosion is on the way. We are not going for the Bay. That's a lot of gateways! This looks like a slow lot all-in. We've seen this before. This looks like an Immortal slow lot all-in. There we go. We have the Prism on the way. We only have 2 gases. We pulled out a gas as well. You can see very minimal gas income here from Apple Juice. It's a 2-base all-in. Looks like a slow lot 6-gate 2-base all-in here from Apple Juice. It's been a while since I've seen this. I think the last player I saw go for this build was Classic, maybe 2 months ago against Raynor. Did work. I mean, these slow lot all-ins, they come in and out of fashion, but they hit like a truck. They can really catch a Zerg player off guard, and did catch Raynor off guard, yeah, not too long ago. But I'm assuming that that's the case here for Apple Juice just because of the lack of gas, but no, we are warping in Stalkers. Okay, we're barely able to afford the additional Stalker warp in, so it's going to be vanilla Stalkers here by Apple Juice. Interesting. I mean, if it was a charge all-in, the gas that we were mining would have been spent on Immortals, not on these Stalkers. We wouldn't have preserved that, I should say. So, yeah, something very different. Now, here come the slow lots! So it's going to be vanilla Stalkers with slow lots, no Immortals. But instead, we have the Stalkers as a backbone to the army. Pushing in. And here we go. Lings are being shut down. But alas, the Roaches, they've already spawned in. We spoke about it earlier, but we scouted enough to get an earlier Roach Warren. Starkiller is ready for this. He shuts down the Zealots. We have Queens as well, gathering up energy for those transfuse. And Starkiller, he's perfectly safe and sound. is perfectly safe and sound here. As Apple Juice is going to be dropping into the main. And he's going to threaten the Overlord back at home, getting into Immortals. I mean, now we're working towards Immortals and Slow Lots, but we missed our first timing. And this first push had to be the hardest. Had to hit the hardest, had to get the most done, and it didn't. And now Apple Juice is falling further behind. They're the Slow Lots to reinforce. Stalkers doing what they can. Lings, they get across the map to get a read on what's going on. They do confirm the army. And as long as they're able to build up a roach count, we should be okay. Starkiller, basically, he's confirming that there is an all-in. He's confirming that it is not safe to drone. Starkiller droning up to 41. That is just under 2 saturation. Only 3 gases, and we're just massing Lings and Roaches. No Ravagers, bear that in mind. So Force Fields are going to be king. Otherwise, Ravagers would be able to shut down the Force Fields. Alas, there are none. That's my one criticism of this army, is it would have been great to have seen just 4 Ravagers, not too many. How good are the Force Fields? We do try to slice up the army, but the Roaches, they're still within range. Lings, they do pull back. Lings are shut down. Starkiller has to back off. But at least he has slowed down the army. He has Force Fields to be spent. Energy was wasted here. I say wasted, was forced to be utilized. Starkiller backs off, amassing more Lings and more Roaches. Roach speed is done thanks to the fast lair. There we go. Now we see the Ravagers on the way. I would have loved to have seen them before, but regardless, we're going to have them here for the next fight. We will be ready for it. And this army from Apple Juice is just being outscaled. Again, the threat of this push would have been a minute, 2 minutes ago. Does feel like we have missed our timing. Moving out onto creep. It's all or nothing for Apple Juice. Starkiller. Ooh. Some friendly fire with the Biles. Force Fields do slow down the Rich Ravager. But the Biles, they knock down the Force Fields. They're getting on top of the Immortals. The Immortals getting so low. And we do go for the dive. 1, 2 Immortals go down. Roaches from behind. The Queens, they come into support. And we clean up the entire army. GG gets called. And Starkiller takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, Starkiller able to get a really strong start to the game and get a nice follow-up scout to let him know to play safe, to get the Roach Warren, to prioritize and to cut workers early at 41 drones. And with that, Starkiller was able to shut down the all-in. The first wave was meant to be the strongest and got shut down quite hard. And Starkiller was in control from that moment. Was in control. There was maybe a chance if Starkiller had droned, right? Like, if he had droned up too much, then sure, Apple Juice could have killed him, but Starkiller was playing very safely there. Very safely and likewise very aggressive. And with that, Starkiller takes a lead, but now we're getting ready for game number 2. And we'll see where this leads us. We'll see where this takes us. As the bracket is getting underway. Is getting underway. Just catching up in the chat. And again, thank you, thank you, Todish2 for the sub. Thank you again. Gracias. Team Mr. Sad Sack did arrive first tonight, or this morning. Bienvenidos. Did arrive first. See Alfonso in the chat as well. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Iron Ring, welcome. And so far there's no major updates here on the bracket, but we'll get there. We will get there. We'll be able to go over it. And we already have like our own matches lined up for us. We'll most likely focus on the lower half of the bracket. I would love to catch the potential Sword of versus Estrella, or even Foxer versus Estrella match later on down the line. Likewise, the potential Skillers versus Geralt is going to be amazing as well. Don't get me wrong. A lot of really good matches. A lot of really matches on the horizon, I should say. They're coming back. They're coming. But now we're settling in. And game 2 is going to be on Site Delta. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our Canadian Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing the Pigpan. It is Apple Juice. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the American Zerg player, the Teal Zerg, representing Matcherino Esports, once again going for the 15, I imagine, spawning pool. It is Starkiller. Now, we saw a gas extractor trick into a 15 spawning pool in the previous game, in game number 1, and are we seeing it here as well? Is the question. No, we are not. Okay, this time hatch first. I do appreciate it. I mean, Site Delta is a much larger map, has a longer rush distance, so it makes sense to go for the hatch first. As I say that, it's going to be a hatch opener. What do I mean by that? The drone is moving out. The drone is moving out, and we are primed to go for a hatch block. So it should be a hatchery into a second hatchery. We should not be throwing down our gases or spawning pool yet. The goal here is to disrupt the opener of the Protoss. If the drone does roll in, and we're going for the hatchery, there is no block, there is nothing to stop the hatchery, and it will be thrown down. So it is a double hatch opener here from Starkiller. The downside is that this does delay the spawning pool, and it delays the gas geyser, but it's worth it here as we can just drone up quite heavily and delay the economy of the Protoss. Now, the downside is that we're forcing the Protoss player to throw down the second gateway, to invest into Zealots, to invest into earlier Adepts, and to invest into an army. This means that after this after this hatchery is dealt with, Starkiller is going to be a little bit vulnerable back at home, and it's going to be on Starkiller to survive the counterattack. So there's layers to this. Again, this is not an all-in, this is just a more economic opener at a Starkiller just to disrupt the economy of his opponent. And he has to make sure he has queens, he has lings to defend. But now, there we go, we have our Zealot chipping away. It's going to be Stalkers, not Adepts, to reinforce this. A bit of everything, actually. 1-1-1, Zealot, Adept, and Stalker. Proxy pylon being set up, so Apple Juice is getting ready for the counterattack. So this is going to hit like a truck here. We're going for a 3-gate response. We're going for the Evo block here. Starkiller, quick moves. Cancels, goes for the Evo chamber. Will delay the expansion even further, but the reality is that we're not expanding. We're going for a 1-base all-in. Apple Juice's response is to go for an all-in. We're rallying everything across the map. Stalkers, Adepts. We're going to be able to reinforce as well once Warp Gate is done. Evo chamber does complete, and we just ignore the Evo chamber. We ignore it, we move out, and back at home, we need defenses. Okay, spine crawlers are on the way. Starkiller, he has recognized something is wrong. He doesn't know that there's a proxy, but he knows that something is wrong, something is awry. I'm loving the choice for the spine crawler. Queens are amassing, link speed is on the way. We're still mining gas for, I imagine, +1 melee. And we're cutting works at 22. 22 drones for Starkiller. Spine crawler does finish. Do we get a surround? Just barely not. No surround. There's that melee upgrade on the way. We're investing into mass ling. Ooh, the lings are punished though. Starkiller overextends. How many was that? That was 6 lings. 6 lings for nothing. It's a lot of lings falling. And here we go. It's going to be a 4-gate 1-base all-in. We have 1 gateway in the main. We have 2 gateways in the natural and 1 gateway proxied. We can reinforce with 4 stalkers at a time. Link speed isn't quite done yet, and it's only 1 spine. Where's the second queen? Ah, the queen in the main. The boys are being pulled. Lings, they collapse on in. They do catch one of the Adepts, but the Stalker count is getting higher and higher. Stalker count getting insane. Okay, second queen is on the way. We do have a transfuse. The Lings, they do collapse on the army. Okay, very nice round. We take down one of the Stalkers before pulling back. Adepts have come in to reinforce. Queens have arrived. Very careful control here at a Starkiller. Has to preserve those queens. Does have to preserve them. Shuts down another and another Stalker. Big pickoffs. Again, usually we want the Adepts in front. The Adepts, they should be tanking for the Lings. Tanking the Lings for the Stalkers, I should say. As Stalkers are that much more vulnerable, that much more fragile. Bailey Nest. The lair is on the way as well for Starkiller. Bold move to go for the lair. Lings that collapse on the Zealots. Pulling back once again. Do we have a transfuse? Oh, the Queen is looking quite vulnerable. We have a transfuse on the Spine Crawler. Queen pulls back. There we go. The Queen in the main base is coming down to support as well. And Epstein will threaten the Shade. Well, we do not commit. Oh my god. Clutch transfuse. We don't quite commit to the Shade here. Queen's doing what they can. And it looks like Starkiller he's holding. He's going to shut down the Zealots. He can get on top of those Stalkers. Doesn't quite commit. But at this point, Starkiller can drone. I would not be opposed to Starkiller droning. With two Spine Crawlers, 3 Queens, and the amount of Link main that we have, we should be perfectly safe and sound. But clearly, Starkiller, he wants more. And GG gets called. The writing is on the wall. Starkiller has defended, and Starkiller was getting ready for a counterattack. Starkiller takes game number... Oh, I didn't update the score. Starkiller takes game number 2 and the series. GG. GG, well played. GG, well played. Starkiller will take the series. I apologize for not updating the score in the screen. I do apologize. It was my pleasure. Oh no, you're an animal. Este sad sack. But Starkiller does take the series 2-0 and does advance on into the next round. My condolences to Applejuice. Again, Applejuice had to kind of dance to the tune of Starkiller's music. Starkiller was being very chaotic and very aggressive throughout Game 1 and Game 2. And Applejuice had a hard time adjusting to the chaos of Starkiller. GG. GG, well played. With that, Starkiller advances on into the next round, and we are getting ready for that series. We're getting ready for that match. Up next is going to be Starkiller versus Shinobu. Let's go. Meanwhile, exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back at yourselves. As we will switch our scenes over and have a gander at what has been going on. Let us have a look at those updates. Just catching up. Last time we casted Shinobu, I think it was in our tournaments. Shinobu did compete in Sparkling Tuna... Sorry, not Sparkling Tuna Cup. In Grand Platypus Open. It was back last year in 2023. Before that, competing in ESL Open Cups, in overseas events. And featuring him once again. He's going to be the Taiwanese player. But for now, let's catch up. It is going to be Clem versus Data. Clem versus I'm Data here. Data did take down Patches 2-1. And now up against Clem in the round of 16. Best of luck here to both players. Best of luck to Clem and Data as they are mid-series. Scrolling down, we have Pig versus Jay. Mute versus Inexorable. I mentioned before that Inexorable is favored to make it all the way past Jay, Pig, Mute, and all the way up against Clem in the quarterfinals. Wish him the best of luck. Again, have become a big Inexorable fan over the past couple of weeks. So best of luck. Meanwhile, Geralt versus Hatsu in a PvZ. Let's go. Currently locked mid-series in the round 16. Winner goes up against the winner of J Money and Skillus. Against Skillus is favored to make a deep run here. We'll see if anyone can stop him from entering the semifinals. Best of luck. Best of luck. Scrolling down, we have Estrella versus Luciano. Again, from what I remember, I believe Luciano is a Zerg player, but it's been a while. Has been a while. Estrella is mid-series versus Luciano. Scrolling down, we have Rare from El Salvador is waiting for the winner of Sword and Foxer. Currently mid-series. I believe Chicken Man might be casting them. There's a lot of English coverage today. There's Chicken Man, there's Steadfast. Let's quickly double check. Where are they at? So Steadfast is laddering? Wait, what? Is Steadfast not casting? Okay. Odd. He might join later. Oh wait, no, is he playing? But I didn't see him in the bracket. Am I crazy? Yeah, Steadfast is not in the bracket. So why is he listed for ESL? On Team Liquid, I mean. Weird. It's a bit odd. But scrolling over, okay, Chicken Man is covering Pig and Jay. Okay, Pig versus Jay is over on Chicken Man's channel, as a heads up. It is being covered on that channel. Meanwhile, scrolling down, we have Soda versus Folksher, of course, currently mid-series in his EVT. Starkiller versus Shinobu is our next series, so we're going to be featuring that on the channel. And at the bottom of the bracket, Bjorn just got the walkover. I was hoping we would see Meower Doom versus Bjorn, but alas, Bjorn gets the walkover, and Bjorn is already in the quarterfinals, waiting for the winner of Starkiller and Shinobu. So that's where we are headed. We're going to be covering Starkiller versus Shinobu. We'll be following that into Bjorn and following that into the lower semifinals. As we can see, some of these matches are held up. Some of these matches are a little bit held up as we're encroaching the semifinals, but Sort of versus Folksher is taking a little bit longer. Because of that, we might be able to catch Sort of in some of these earlier rounds. Once we wrap up with the lower matches, of course. We're getting there. We are getting there. Otherwise, Starkiller and Shinobu are conducting vetoes. They are conducting their vetoes as we speak. Oh. There we go. Setting that up. Oh, Shinobu. Not Shinobu. And I guess because we have a little bit of downtime here, we're going on a short break. Going to be going on a short break, and when we return, we will have our next series. We will have our ZVP. See you soon. Bye. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, we are jumping right on in. Welcome back to ESL Open Cup Americas 234. We are here still in some of the earlier rounds. We're here in the quarterfinals, I should say, of the tournament. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our American Zerg player, the Teal Zerg. Once again, going for a 15 opener here, going for the extractor trick. Representing Matcherino Esports, it is Starkiller. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the yellow Zerg player from the land of Taiwan, representing himself, I believe currently teamless. It is Shinobu. Let's go. We have our ZVZ, and Starkiller is going for a 15 pool opener. Interesting. Going for a pool first variation. I imagine going for a pool hatch opener. Meanwhile, Shinobu back at home going for a hatch gas pool standard opener out of Shinobu. Starkiller will have faster links. He will have faster links. This feels like a very safe opener. It's going to be pool into hatchery, into gas geyser. With this kind of opener, we're going to be able to get into earlier lings and queens, but it looks like Starkiller is banking up resources, banking up larva for ling production. So is banking that up. And we'll be able to move out across the map. The goal here is to apply some pressure. There we go. We have 4 Lings on the way. We're not going for an all-in or anything like that, but this is just to apply some pressure to maybe get 1 or 2 drone kills, ideally, and get ahead economically. Also, if we can. Meanwhile, we have Shinobu going for his own standard opener as well. As Lings are moving out. Gonna be zooming across the map. They be zooming, man. They be zooming. Wait, is this the quarterfinals or the round 16? My apologies. Sorry. I think I psyched myself out a little bit. I was thinking too far ahead. Round 16 match. Round 16. The next series is the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, the Lings have arrived. Ooh, can we catch a drone? Can we catch one as Shinobu does pull away up? We'll get away in time. Nice control here with the drones. Does preserve his workers. Likewise, his own Lings have arrived. And we are denying some mining time. We are forcing a big reaction here in the main. And that is all the damage we were hoping for. I mean, I say that. We were hoping for 1 or 2 drone kills. But Starkiller is going to have to settle for lost mining time as Starkiller does back off. And Shinobu has defended. Going to be pulling back in. Going to be transferring over and getting back to mining here after the natural. Meanwhile, Starkiller rushing into a Roach War, and we spoke about this earlier, about how aggressive and how chaotic Starkiller is as a player, and we are going for a Roach Rush. So far, Starkiller keeping up economically. Lings are going into the main. This is going to be a big moment here for Shinobu. It's not about dealing damage, it's about scouting our opponents. Lings, they do dive into the main, and we get behind the mineral line, and we get a full scout of the main base. We get eyes on the Roach War, and we see everything. We know all, we see all. Beautiful scout here from Shinobu. Is fully aware. Back at home, we need to respond. Third hatchery is on the way, but we need our own defensive Roach War. Need potentially even, I was going to say a Spine Crawler, but we're quite limited with what we have to work with. There we go. Spine Crawler is on the way. What I'm referring to is that with the Spine Crawler, we can defend the natural, but we won't be able to defend the third. The third is going to be exposed, and it's going to be the goal of Starkiller to knock it down. Not just the third, but end the game. Here we go, Roaches. They are moving out across the map. How many Roaches? 8 Roaches in total, soon to be 10. 10 Roaches and mass Lings. Again, the third base. It's not about the third. It's about killing our opponent. As Starkiller did cut workers at 24. Half saturation at the natural. Flying Roach Ling across the map. We catch the Lings! Big loss for Shinobu. Bleeds out too many Lings. And now we're going to keep on pushing. We can see Shinobu is trying to catch reinforcements. Alas, unable to. Starkiller does rally back. And the third base is going to fall. But remember, we spoke about this. We already knew the third base was going to fall. It's not about that. It's about how well we can defend the natural base. Roaches have arrived. Spine Crawler in position. So far, good damage on the first Roach. Decent damage is dealt. Banelings are morphing, and that's a lot of Banelings. Yeah, 6 Banelings here. Clutch Transfuse keeps the Spine Crawler alive. Banelings look for those connections. And they will connect. We will shut down the Roaches. Shinobu will defend. Did cost him the Spine Crawler. But we will clean up these Roaches. And with that initial defense, Starkiller is droning. Starkiller is droning up. Throwing down a wall of Evo chambers. And now we need to take stock. Now, Shinobu has a higher worker count. True, Shinobu has more drones slightly. Has a better economy. But Starkiller has better tech. Lair is on the way. Roach Warren is done. And we're getting into our 1-1 upgrades. Now, this could be for 2-base Roach, or this could be for 2-base Spire tech. We could skip upgrades and go for additional gases and go into mutas. Lings attempting to knock down the wall, but the Queens are in position. And the Queens will defend. Across the map, Shinobu will take the faster third. So Shinobu should have the better economy. Should. Ooh, Banelings don't quite connect. Lings, they slip into the main base. We're going for drone kills. We got a full scout. We get eyes on the lair. 1 drone goes down. Second drone goes down as well. A third drone. 3 drone kills. Suddenly, Starkiller takes an economic lead. +1 range is on the way. And +1 carapace. So it looks like Starkiller is not going into Spire tech. Starkiller is doubling down and investing into 2-base Roach. Now, Roach speed is still not quite ready yet, or it's still not being researched, I should say. I mean, roach speed is faster than our Eva Chamber upgrade, so it makes sense to delay. Shinobu instead is the one going into mutas. Oh, this is risky. It's a risky move. Overseer goes for the scouts. Changeling as well. Changeling is denied. Changeling scout is going to be denied. We don't get eyes on what is being researched with this lair. Hydras. Okay. Hydra's going to be on the way for Starkiller. Not what I was expecting. Now, Shinobu does confirm. Shinobu did get eyes on the tech, is aware of the Hydra Den. Meanwhile, Starkiller is getting it for safety as he has not confirmed any further tech in the main. Knocking down the front door. And Starkiller, because of the droning we've been doing, it looks like we should be expanding. Looks like we should be looking to expand. Hydras are already on the way. Interesting. Really early Hydra production out of Starkiller. That is going to be enough to support the army and to shut down these overlords. Again, interesting choice. Things are pulling back. Which Hydra is amassing. Additional Hydras on the way. That's a lot of Hydras. I was expecting like a handful of Hydras just to support, but no, we're investing quite heavily. Very heavy Hydra production. I mean, it does mean that we canceled Spire. Yep. The Spire was cancelled upon seeing the Hydra Den, so Shinobu does just avoid that entirely, and that means that I want to actually say that Shinobu's army is superior here. He does have a more efficient army, more effective army in a head-to-head fight. Roach Ravager versus Roach Hydra. The problem here is that Ravagers, they do force micro and control out off of the Teal Zerg player. They force them to Kai back, to split, and that does mean that extra shots go off from Shinobu. Here we go, Shinobu getting out of control. Double the army supply. Doubling down on Roach Ravager. Drone up to 3 bases, and now we're moving out, and we're looking to overwhelm Starkiller. Even Banelings, the Banelings are a little bit unnecessary, but sure, they're rolling in nonetheless. Yeah, they crash into the Hydras. Half the Hydras go down, and now the Roach Ravager can just snowball out of control. The Hydras, they do nothing, they melt. And GG gets called. Shinobu takes game number 1. GG. Shinobu does take the first game here. Again, able to survive the early game aggression, and from that moment, able to accurately scout and respond as well. If Shinobu had doubled down on Muta play, then we would have seen a very different story. A very different game, especially considering how many Hydras Starkiller had. As we saw, the Spire was cancelled, and we instead made Roach Ravager. And that was an army that Starkiller was not ready for. An army that Starkiller could not hold a candle to, as, again, Hydras, they do melt. They're quite fragile units, and they're not really designed for those kind of head-to-head fights. So with that, Shinobu takes a lead. Now we're getting ready for the next game. Let us go. Thanks for casting NA. Oh, we're always, Pappy, always. We're always live, always covering NA StarCraft as best we can. Always here for it, always. Yeah, I did notice that there's not as much coverage today. I think Artosis isn't casting, Steadfast isn't casting. It's just Pig is playing, so it's like ourselves and Chicken Man, I believe, as the 2 English casters. I was checking earlier because I was a little bit confused why Steadfast was listed on TL, but it looks like he's not interested in casting the earlier rounds, and he's like waiting for like the semis basically, which is like interesting. Interesting to say the least. But we are getting into this, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our Teal Zerg player, the American Zerg representing Match Arena Esports. It is Starkiller. It's his go-to. Going for the extractor trick, and spawning across the map in the top left, we have our Taiwanese Zerg, the Yellow Zerg. Leading the series 1-0, Shinobu. Let's go. We are going to be settling in. And honestly, Starkiller did quite well early on, you know, going for his earlier push, shutting down the 4th base, but he barely did not have enough to break the natural of Shinobu. The transition was an interesting one. Again, if Starkiller had doubled down on Roach Ravager, maybe it would have been a different story, but because we invested so heavily into Hydras, we saw how little they did against the army of Shinobu. As Hydras are, in ZVZ, more of a supportive unit than anything. They're not necessarily a main core unit, unless you're up against Mutas, for example. Then it's a different story. Against Roach Ravager, they can be lacking. Again, at least as a core unit. Lunkers, that's a different story, if we did manage to get into Lunker production, for example. For now, we're settling in. It's going to be a Hatchcast pool, standard opener out of Shinobu. Meanwhile, Starkiller did go for the earlier spawning pool, as the pool is about to finish. Pool is done. We have 6 lings on the way. This is reminiscent to Game 1. If you weren't here for it, in Game 1, we also had a 15 pool opener into 6 lings, and these lings were... Oh, so we're getting to fast link speed. So it was a pool gas opener into a delayed hatchery from Starkiller. So very fast link speed here from our Teal Zerg. Lings are moving out. And the goal here is to get some drone kills. We saw last game that we didn't kill workers, but we did delay a lot of mining time. Economic damage is, I guess, the goal. As lings are moving out, Shinobu back at home has to evacuate the mineral line. These 3 drones are looking exposed. And the lings will arrive. And we'll see if we can defend. It looks like the lings, they arrived just in time. Ooh, Shinobu for now does zone away Starkiller. And for now, the drones are kept safe and sound. Now, we did point out the earlier ling speed from Starkiller. It's not normal to go for the gas before the hatchery in such a way. And we see why. It's a ling flood. It's going to be a ling flood, and we are going to be transferring workers from the main to the natural. This is to make it look like we've been droning. These lings from Shinobu, they're about to move out, and upon seeing these workers on the low ground, they're going to assume that, of course, we have been droning. They're going to be assuming that Starkiller has been focusing on its economy when we know it's anything but. And here we go. The lings are revealed. We're flooding across the map. Baylor's still on the way. We're in trouble. Oh, we are going to be in trouble here. As Starkiller, he's flooding across the map. He does catch out the lings. Here, the slow lings are being caught. Baneless is on the way on the low ground. Now, the queens will be able to hold onto the line. They will be able to hold onto the wall. The ramp, sorry. As they do wall off, but the queen is surrounded. And we can go straight for the hatchery. And the hatchery is exposed. Boys being pulled. We don't care. We just go straight for the base. Oh my god. Bold move here by Starkiller. And he will get the kill. Will get the hatchery. The base goes down. And now Starkiller is droning. He's racing back, or attempting to. Catching up more lings. Going for the queen. The queen is surrounded. The queen gets shut down. Lings are forced back. And we're going for another cancel. Oh, it's going to be close. And that's a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel. 300 minerals down the drain. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. We deny the base. We kill the base for a second time. And back at home, Starkiller, he's droning, is fully walling off. The queens have... reach the front lines to make sure we have some DPS to keep the wall safe and sound. And Shinobu's going for a Bane Bust. He's all in. At this point, Shinobu's all in. One drone almost goes down. GG gets called. We get eyes on the full wall. Shinobu has no answer, and Starkiller will tie up the series 1-1. We're going to the ace match. Let's go. We are going to game number 3. A very risky move here out of Starkiller to go for the Ling Flood. Alas, it was not scattered until it was a little bit too late. It was spotted in the middle of the map, or as Shinobu was caught out with those slow lings. And even though we were able to wall off the ramp and able to defend the main, it didn't matter. We went for the natural instead. And we did kill the base twice there at the natural. Insane pickoffs. GG, well played. And now it all comes down to this. It all comes down to Ghost River. Will come down to Ghost River. Let's go. And you can hear the beeps. We are loading on in. The final game of the series, the ace match, is upon us. And there's only enough room for one of these two Zerg players in the next round. Only enough room for one, and here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River. We have our teal Zerg player, the American Zerg, representing Match Arena Esports. Tying up the series, forcing the ace match, it is a Starkiller. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the yellow Zerg player, representing himself from Land of Taiwan, being forced into the ace match. Can we bounce back? It is Shinobu. Let's go. As we have seen Starkiller mix it up, but specifically on this map, I would not be opposed to another 15 hatchery timing. I say that Starkiller's running up to 17, going for a hatch first. Okay. It is going to be a hatch first here from Starkiller. Meanwhile, Shinobu, that is an earlier spawning pool and an earlier gas geyser. Okay. How the turns have tabled. Shinobu, going gas first, is going to be rushing into Ling speed, rushing to a Bailey Nest. This is hyper aggression from Shinobu. This is not a 13-12 or anything too all-in like that, but this is going to be hitting a later Ling speed timing. Hatcheries on the way, of course, for Larva. But we should be investing into Ling speed. We should be staying in gas and throwing down a Bailey Nest as well. The other option is a Roach Warren, but I feel like a Bailey Nest is more often seen. We'll see if that is the case. We'll see if we do stay in gas after we get 100 gas initially. The 100 gas is going to be for Ling speed. We're getting there. Do have our Queen on the way. Ling's in production as well. We can see that Shinobu has prioritized droning initially. Just saturate our main before investing, before committing even. And we have our first two Lings moving out. Again, the hatchery is quite delayed. Queen soon to arrive as well. And Shinobu is holding onto the gas. Wait, what? Are we going for a lair? Hold up. I'm a little bit perplexed. Shinobu has resources to work with. Meanwhile, Ling's speed is now on the way for Starkiller, and we are massing Lings. First two Lings do arrive. And Shinobu is going for the drone kill. Does not get the worker in the natural. Is going to be denied. But what is the gas for? We have 170 gas. Are we going 2-base Roach? That has to be the option at this point. Otherwise, we would see Ling speed. And now Shinobu's in trouble. Shinobu is in a bit of trouble. We're flooding Lings across the map. We're still making more Lings from the side of Starkiller. And Shinobu doesn't have anything. He's been droning the entire time. Shinobu's been droning. Shinobu has a bunch of gas in the chamber, has soon 200 gas. Now we're going into the fast lair. Oh, we're being very greedy. We're being very tech heavy here. We have the lair. We're walling up. Yep, it's going to be 2-base Roach. We're walling up, getting onto 2 bases. We should be seeing a Roach one. We need a full wall off here at the natural. Now, Starkiller did make extra Lings, and here we go. We're moving out across the map. And if we can't wall off in time, Shinobu has nothing. The Spine Crawler on the way. Queens pull back, but we have control of the low ground. Lings have arrived. Drones are getting picked off. We do have 3 Queens. Is that enough? As the rest of the army does roll in, we don't quite get this around. We could even go for the Roach Warren. We have options. What do we go for? The Queens, the Roaches, or the drones? Boys are being pulled. Queens are surrounded. Lings are forced back. Shinobu is defending. I'm impressed. So far, Shinobu is holding on. But we do get a Queen. We get 2 Queens. Do manage to catch 2 workers here. The Roach Warren is on the way. Lings, they slip into the main. They confirm the lair. They get eyes on everything. And we're in a really weird game state. If Starkiller wasn't droning, if he had just flood Lings, I think he would have killed his opponent. I think we would have broken Shinobu if Starkiller was all in, but he wasn't. Starkiller was droning. He only made how many Lings? 18. Only made 18 Lings, and then began droning instead. So now we're in a weird game state. Starkiller, he's ahead economically, like 40 drones against 27. So very like a massive economic lead here for Starkiller, and we're catching up with the Roach Warren, with the lair. Meanwhile, from the side of Shinobu, We have our own lair. True, it's done. We're still trying to catch up and drone as heavily as possible. Roach speed is on the way, but because of the damage that was dealt, Shinobu's timing is delayed. Ideally, I'm pretty sure we did want to hit a timing with Roach speed and with +1 range, but it's gonna take a while for that to really kick in. So I have to give the edge to Starkiller. I have to give him the edge. Getting our third hatchery. Roaches are amassing, +1 range is on the way. So as the game goes on longer, Starkiller will have the upgrade lead, and will eventually catch up with Roach speed. Starkiller is now amassing Roaches. Shinobu moves out, but again, Starkiller is not droning. So Starkiller is going to be ready for this. The Overlord does confirm. Now what's interesting is that Starkiller is droning up, so he's revealing his army to the Overlords, but Starkiller is droning instead. Now what is scary is that this means that Starkiller doesn't intend to commit. That means he needs to back off and make sure that doesn't lose too many Roaches. Oh, he does end up committing to the fight. Lings are going down. Nice control here from Starkiller. And if Shinobu pokes the bear too much, he's going to trigger a counterattack. And Starkiller will have the greater army. I mean, he's already got double the army supply of Shinobu. Shinobu is still droning. Oh boy. Starkiller, he's gonna hit like an absolute truck. It's gonna be insane how large this Roach army is compared to what Shinobu has. Shinobu is gonna be expanding, taking a third. And Shinobu is supply blocked. Unfortunately, that was a really rough moment to be supply blocked. Now we're amassing Roaches, but here comes the army. Looking at the supplies here, looking at the numbers, 25 Roaches versus 3 Roaches and 4 Ravagers. You know, sometimes the soup does lie. True, sometimes the soup does lie, and this is one of the cases, one of the stages where it's not lying, Clappy. It's not lying. Starkiller pushing forward. Again, 70 army supply versus the 50 of Shinobu. The third base is shut down. We start to step forward. We avoid the biles, and we're getting on top of the Roaches. We're getting on top of the forces of Shinobu. Some of these biles will connect, but there's just not enough support. There's not enough here to protect those Ravagers. We do start to step forward. We focus on the first Ravager. We're down to 3. The Queens are falling. The Roaches as well. And Starkiller, he has done it. He's broken through the defensive line. Boys are being pulled. Ravagers are being targeted. And GG gets called. Starkiller will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Starkiller. My condolences to Shinobu. It was an interesting opener to go for the faster gas and the faster spawning pool, and to use that to get into fast lair instead of into Ling Bane. It was risky. The thing that I didn't like about that, I mean, it's very give and take, is that we're on Ghost River, right? Very small map, so aggression is favored. And I mean, Shinobu was working towards his own aggression on 2 bases, but Starkiller did hit first, he did hit harder, and Starkiller took a massive lead early on with his Ling Flood. Unfortunately, Shinobu just was not ready for that, was not prepared for the Ling aggression, and alas, did fall behind as a result. But with that, GG. GG, well played. Starkiller does take it, and now we're getting ready for the next round, for the next match. Let's go. Let us quickly announce. We'll just announce the results in the chat, and let's head on over. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at it yourselves. Let's quickly refresh and catch up on what has been going on. From the top, we have Clem. Clem is waiting in the quarterfinals. He's waiting for his opponent. Mute takes down an Inexorable. I was asking this earlier. I was curious if Mute was anyone that we know. Because that's a big win. That's a big result for Mute. And I think I came to the conclusion that Mute is Alexander. Actually, can I message him? I was really curious here. Is he in game? I'll ask him. I'm really curious if Mute is Alexander or not. But Mute, he brings down an inexorable 2-0. Very impressive stuff there by Mute. Scrolling down, we do have Geralt up against Hatsu. Oh, did take down 2-0. Did take down Hatsu 2-0. I mean, Geralt, of course, is the heavy favorite. And there it is. We have a PvP between Geralt and Skillus. That is a very high-profile match. I do wish the best to both Geralt and Skillus. I would give the edge to Skillus, but honestly, in a PvP, anything can happen. That could go either way between those two players, between Skillus and Geralt. Wish them the best of luck. Scrolling down, we do have Estrella. Estrella takes down Luciano 2-0, and Estrella is waiting for the winner of Rare and Sort of. They are mid-series. Wish them both the best of luck. Wish Sort of and Rare the best. Winner goes up against Estrella. Sort of to take down Foxer. And scrolling down, we have our series. The bottom of the bracket, we have the quarterfinals. It is Starkiller versus Beyond. Is it going to be Starkiller versus Beyond? Let's go. Okay, he's letting me know that he went for it he went by a different ID back in the day. Andresino. Interesting. He used to compete in Sentimiento. Okay. This was back in 2019. This is before we were casting. Okay, so Mute is a player before my time. Let's see. I'm just double checking here, but yeah, Andresino. He played in TTT #1. Oh my god, this was a while ago. Long time ago. Yeah, he played in the first Tenacious Turtle Tussle, but yeah, he used to be competitive back in 2019. So interesting. Like, I'm looking at like Mute's results, and they were pretty damn good. They were pretty solid. So yeah, I'm impressed. So not Alexander, but close. Andresino, close. So I definitely have my eyes on him. But here we go. We're getting ready for our quarterfinals match. We're getting ready for our TVZ. But yes, that is a Peruvian Protoss player that used to compete back in 2019. That was he was playing in Sentimentals before we started casting at the end of 2019. He was playing in the beginning. But here we go. We have our next series. We have our quarterfinals match. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the American Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Maturino Esports. It is Starkiller. Here we go. Our TVZ is upon us, and once again, Starkiller going for a 15 or an extractor trick into a hatchery. Okay. Is going for the hatchery on the low ground. Meanwhile, at the same time, Beyond is setting up his own low ground with not just one Rax, but I imagine a second Rax as well. So it's going to be 2 Rax Reaper here out of Beyond, a very aggressive opener and designed to test the skill, to test the early game prowess of the Zerg. Oh boy. Here we go. It is going to be a hatch pool opener out of Starkiller. That does mean that we have access to faster Lings and faster Queens. That is going to be a little bit more ideal to defend against this early game aggression. And we'll see if Starkiller can minimize his losses, as the Overlord is about to confirm the opener of choice. With this Overlord Scout, we will get eyes on the initial Rax Reaper production. And Starkiller can prepare mentally, even physically as well, for what is to come, as Reaper production has begun. Now, for those that are curious, this opener is not all in. This is just a way to get economic damage done, to deny the third base, and contain the Zerg for as long as possible. It's not meant to kill workers, but it can. There's potential, definitely. There is potential, and we're going to be putting Starkiller's micro to the test. His control. As Reapers are on the way. Back at home, we have our Queens in production. Again, the Queens are earlier because of the earlier spawning pool, because of the delayed gas. I say the delayed gas, no gases at all. This is a gasless opener here out of Starkiller. Queens are amassing. Reaper has arrived. And we do need a little bit more time here for the Queens. Oh, the Queens, they need more time. The drones are under fire. Aye, we do force out a Spore. More drones, they do take some hits, but the Queen does make it out. And will force Beyond back. Initially. Beyond has to pull back, but he's already dealing damage. He's forcing all these drones to be stuck in the main. And we're going double gas. Oh my god. That I was not expecting. We are going to be staying on one base economy here. Going for both gas geysers. Reapers dive into the main. Queen taking some hits. Queen does take some damage. Beyond pulling back and very quickly transitioning out of this. I think he should have made 3. No, never mind. Beyond, he cuts Reaper production at 2. Very early switch here out of Beyond. Usually we make 3 Reapers just to contain, but Beyond has recognized that this is not a standard build, and he has to get the hell off of Reapers and into Stim. Yeah, bunker outside of the wall. This is the standard Beyond response to aggression, where the reason why the bunker is outside on the right-hand side of the wall is to protect the add-ons. This tells me that the add-ons are going to be safer. The bunker is more exposed, but once Beyond realizes, or once he sees aggression, he should pre-pull the boys, have them ready to repair and to defend. Now we can see Starkiller is going into a fast lair. This could even be 2-base Muta. I'm not too fond of 2-base Muta here just because of the heavy marine count that we're working with. Like we have Stim, combat shields, like we have a mass amount of bio here. Beyond, bearing in mind that he did skip his 3rd TC, instead of going for a 3cc211, he's going for 3 racks. He's going for a 3 racks. This will hit very hard with Stim. So the way this works, there's kind of a lot going on, so I do apologize. There's a lot going on right now. So basically this 3 racks build, it's a Stim timing. Stim and combat shields, once they finish up, we're going to be moving out across the map. And you can see the army is already moving out. Stim will finish by the time the Marines get across the map, and we have to make every Stim count. There's no medevacs. No medevacs to support this, so the army is going to be killing itself with every single Stim, but there's so much DPS available, and Starkiller, we're not ready. We have 2 Queens, we have no defense, no Lings, no Roaches. The Roach Warren is done, but the army has arrived. We're knocking down that front door. We go for the Stim, and we focus down one, we focus down both Queens. There's only 2 Queens left, and it looks like Beyond has far too much. The 3x timing snowballs out of control. GG, well played, and Beyond takes game number 1. GG. A very, very strong timing there by Beyond, punishing the greed of Starkiller. And we didn't really get to talk about what Starkiller was doing, but he was getting into his own 2-base play, getting into 2-base Roach. So we're getting into game 2, but yeah, he was getting into a unique variation of 2-base Roach play as he was droning up and walling off. Unfortunately, Starkiller did not see the 3rd rack, so Starkiller was unaware of the Stim timing that was coming out. That's why Starkiller was caught out. That's why Starkiller had nothing to defend, because he had no idea that there was such an aggressive timing on the horizon. So Starkiller was caught with his pants down, and now we're getting into game 2. We'll see what Beyond has to offer here in that 2nd game. We shall see. And here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is Beyond. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the American Zerg player, the Teal Zerg, representing Maturino Esports. It is Starkiller. A very, very chaotic game number 1 there, as Beyond went 2 racks Reaper into the 3 racks follow-up. And this time, we are not going for the low ground. This time, there's no low ground 2 racks Reaper. This time, Beyond is going for a standard opener. What does this mean? This means Starkiller is going to have a much more comfortable start to the game, is going to be able to get into his 3rd hatchery on time, and get a little bit more comfortable. Just settle into his own build of choice. So we're going to be calming things down here in game number 2. And we could see more of a back and forth. Once again, it's a hatch pool opener out of Starkiller, going for delayed gases. Honestly, this looks like the same opener as game 1. This could be I say that, much earlier gases time. Much earlier gases time, so it is going to be a slight variation. I'm curious what direction Starkiller does take us in. Show us what you got. Show us what you got. You're not going to be moving out. And for now, we can see Beyond just going for the Reaper first, is going to be expanding on the low ground, getting to his Marine follow-up, and yeah, everything is looking as it should be. We're just calming things down, and everything is, well, we're just settling into a more standard game setup. Reaper moves out to scout across the map, to dance with the army. Starkiller does skirt around with some lings, does avoid the initial Reaper. Does avoid the Reaper, Reaper gets into the natural, drone's under fire. Up! Oh, the drone getting low. But we do save it. The drone is saved. The Reaper forced back, and we do defend. At the same time, Lings, they do move out. They're going for the CC. They're going for the command center. And they will get on top of the worker, but there is a Marine on the low ground. We will defend. We will clean this up. Get the first Ling. Up. Oh, the SCV gets low, and the SCV will fall. Not a bad pick off here. Starkiller does delay the expansion, and back at home, we're rushing to a lair. We skip Ling speed, fast lair. It looks like Roach play once again. Speaking of it, there's that Roach Warren at the natural. Now, Björn does confirm that there is no expansion. There should be a third, and there isn't, and we even get eyes on the Roach Warren itself. So Björn is fully aware of what's going on, is aware of the Roach aggression. The Reaper does bypass the Queen. And we slip into the middle. Oh my god, we almost get surrounded. Gasito. Gasito, man. The Queen does intercept. We shut down the Reaper at least, but Björn has seen everything he needs to. He has confirmed the Roach Warren timing. He has confirmed lack of third base. He didn't get eyes on the lair, but is aware of the aggression nonetheless. As Helens are moving out to get additional scouting information. Behind this, we should be working towards a 1-1-1. That's exactly what we have. Very safe play here out of Beyond. What I'm referring to, usually we would see a third command center, but we delay the third base in favor of Banshee production. And Banshees, they shut down Roach aggression so hard. As Roaches don't shoot up. They do not shoot up. Hellions have arrived. They get eyes on the timing of the third base. They confirm that we're at least expanding. But if there were ever to be a move out, Björn will be here to spot it. That is the problem. As Björn, I believe he saw the researching Roach Warren as well. If he didn't before, now he does. He does confirm the wiggly and jiggly of that Roach Warren. He is aware. We do bleed out a Hellion, but for the most part, we just have to maintain map control and map vision. You can see here that Starkiller is not droning. Starkiller, he's cutting workers at 36. He has not taken the gas at his main. He's not taken the gas at his natural. He hasn't even fully saturated his main base either, as we're 14 out of 16. And Starkiller is massing roaches and going for the all-in. Moving out with the all-in, the Banshee is being active. And the Hellions missed the move-out. Uh-oh. There we go. We do barely catch the tail end of the move-out. Banshee doesn't turn around. We do have a full wall-off back at home. A second Banshee's on the way. And the first one will hit the main. And there's no spore. There's no spore. There's no detection. The Banshee's going to wreak havoc in the main base. Drones are going down. And Starkiller is completely all in. One way or another, the game is about to end. The repairs are on point. The bunker stands strong. Yeah, the bunker does not go down. And the Banshee, as we mentioned before, shuts down the Roach aggression. They don't shoot up. We get free damage and good damage on the Roaches. Roaches, they come back in. They're going for the worker damage. They get 3 SCVs. The denied entry to the main. The depot is going to go down. And we are getting SCV damage at the same time across the map. Banshee's still wreaking havoc. Ooh. That's going to be 11 SCVs going down. We denied Stim. We do deny Stim. Not bad. Stim is denied. More SCVs falling. Starkiller. We're doing so much damage, and can we do it? Can we pull this off? Can we force the ace match? Can we shut Beyond down? As so many workers are falling. Again, these roaches will eventually be cleaned up, but we made the choice. We made the choice not to move out with that Banshee, not to come back home with the first Banshee. As a result, Bjorn, he is down to 10 SCVs. 10 workers left, but we have mules. As you can see here, we have mules in the main base. We have triple orbital. Starkiller has been heavily droning up, and that Banshee harass wasn't worth it. How many drones did we get? 10. 10 drones. Again, that first Banshee, if it was back at home, if we had 2 Banshees to defend instead of 1, it would have been a much cleaner defense. A much cleaner defense there. I mean, the Banshee is still wreaking havoc, sure, but again, we need more done. Yeah, we have spores in every single base, every single mineral line. Another drone goes down. But Bjorn has a lot of catching up to do. We have to mule as hard as possible. Because of that, I would not be opposed to burrow and tunneling claws, to be honest. Like, I would love to see that, just to abuse the fact that Bjorn is so heavily reliant on on mules and wouldn't be able to scan. As I say that, instead we're going Roach Hydra. Interesting. That I was not expecting. We have 1-1 on the way, Hydra Den as well for the Roach Hydra. Hydras are amassing, we're getting up to 3-way saturation, and Bjorn is in trouble. Bjorn does have 2 tanks and a wall, true. Breaking this position is not going to be easy, but Starkiller doesn't need to. I'm hoping we don't go for the all-in. Like, Starkiller can double expand. We can double expand, throw down Infestation Bit, work towards Hive Tech, drone up to 80 workers. Like, right now, Starkiller has so much freedom, and there's no need to push into this. Right, like Bjorn, the way to come back for Bjorn is to have Starkiller overextend. If Starkiller overextends into this position within the double tank fire, within range of the bunker as well, and we repair, we hold the line, and Starkiller bleeds off like 20 supply, like that's the ideal for Bjorn. As Bjorn is now slowly expanding, taking a 3rd base. And Starkiller is droning somewhat. Again, I would have loved to see the double expands. Banshees are in position. Able to pick away the workers. Able to pick away those drones. We got 5 drone kills. As Bjorn does rotate between the bases. Now what's scary here is that Bjorn is slowly catching up. Now with a 3rd base, now with, again, additional mule production, of course. Bjorn is slowly catching up here, and that window, that lead that Starkiller has, it's still there, don't get me wrong, but we're still making Hydras. So what I would have loved to have seen from Starkiller is drone. Just drone. Like, we don't need to make units right now. Just drone up, get up to 80 workers, take another base, tech up as well. Starkiller is now droning, but not before making all these Hydras. So we spent a lot of resources on Hydras that isn't really useful at the moment. It isn't being used for anything other than defending against the Banshees, but we don't need this many Hydras for that. And Hydras are moving out. No Ling Bane, just Hydra. He's gonna run into the main army. Okay, Bjorn does spot the Hydra move out. Is gonna pull back. Starkiller doesn't want to fight within tank range. Starkiller pushing, going to be threatening a move out towards that 3rd base. Rotates around, 4 CCs on the way. We have a 4th tank sieging up. And can we cancel the 4th? Yeah, big tank volleys going up. The first tank goes down. We have 3 more in the back line. There's a cancel on the CC. And we're going for the 3rd base. Again, the tank's a little bit too far back. And we deny mining. We deny mining. Starkiller still on 3-way saturation, still has not droned up too much. We bleed out more Hydras. Bleeding out a lot of Hydras, actually. Hydras are going down. Starkiller trying to force the CC to lift once again. Additional Hydras have arrived. Tank is sieging up. Yeah, the tank does push forward, but the Marines are running out of Marines. We're running out of buffer. Starkiller, can we break through? We cannot. We're going to lose every single Hydra here. The Hydras are going down. We do get into the mineral line. We got 4 SCVs, 5 SCV kills. But this was an expensive trade. Starkiller is still not backing up. gets 9 worker kills. And was this worth it in the end? Now, what did we get? We got 3 tanks, right? Yeah, we got 3 tank kills. We got both Banshees and 43 Marines. That was a good amount of Marines, but you can see here, so much gas. So much gas down the drain. That was almost 3,000 gas for Starkiller. That was an expensive army. That was 45 Hydras. That was almost a 1-to-1 trade, Hydra for Marine. These are trades that Bjorn can afford, that Starkiller could not. And now Starkiller's droning. Starkiller, he was on 66 workers for most of that fight, and now he's droning up, now he's taking another base, and this is what I was concerned about. This fourth and these drones and this hive could have been thrown down earlier. Starkiller tried to go for the kill, and Bjorn survived. Now, what I will say, Starkiller's still ahead. He's still ahead, he still has a lead, but losing all those Hydras didn't help. So I'm still concerned because we're going Mass Hydra. Now, Mass Hydra is vulnerable. If we head towards Lurker tech, that's a different story. Like, Hydra Lurker is much more robust, or Ling Bane Hydra is more robust. But no Ling speed, we have 2-2. Hive is almost done. We should have seen the Lurker Den by now. Looks like the Hive is just going to be for Hydra upgrades. And it could just be Hydra Viper, I would imagine. Oh boy. Which is a unique composition. Bjorn dropping into the natural, stimming into the mineral line. We get 2 workers and a gas geyser. Some okay damage. Starkiller does defend. As we do drop here towards the bottom. Getting more gases. We get more gases. The pickup is clutch. We do get away. The gas still survive. And yep, it is going to be Mass Hydra Viper. Bold composition. I would love to see a Lurker Den. Hydra Viper is okay. It doesn't scale amazingly into the late game, but in the mid game, Hydra Viper has a lot of DPS, has a lot of damage potential, is expensive, but again, a lot of firepower here in Hydra Viper. It's very Miyamika-esque. The problem is the tank line. If we're going for Mass Hydra, tanks are ideal. Now the Vipers, that's where the Vipers come into play, right? The Vipers with their blinding clouds and with their abductions, the goal for the Vipers is to shut down these tanks and allow the Hydras to break through. But it all comes down to the Viper control at the end of the day. It's like we do shut down one of those drops. Bjorn is stabilizing. The reality is that Bjorn, he's now on 4 bases. He's on a 4cc setup. He's got a solid army. This could go either way. Now, I want to give the edge to Starkiller until Ghosts arrive, right? Like, what's the answer to the tanks of Bjorn? The Vipers. What's the answer to the Vipers? The Ghosts. With EMPs, with snipes, Ghosts are going to be the big power spike for Bjorn. Until then, Starkiller has potential. Starkiller has a lot of potential. Is moving out. The Bio Army a bit out of position. We just stim in just in time. Yeah, massive tank volleys going off. Vipers, they come into play. They throw down the blinding clouds on the Bio. There we go. And on some of the tanks. But the tank line here is insane. We pull back to more and more tanks. And the Hydras, they melt as they break through. Yeah, the Hydra count is going to be completely reset. We lose every single Hydra. Fighting into tanks like this is not going to work. No, with pure Hydra. At the same time, we drop across the map, we shut down the base. We spoke about it. The only way to break the siege line was with Vipers, and we didn't have enough blinding clouds. We needed more blinding clouds, more abductions. It was not good enough. And with that, Bjorn takes a massive trade, a massive win, a massive fight. Takes down a base at the same time. The drop does escape. And now Bjorn is ahead economically. Bjorn has 82 workers plus mules, so Bjorn has the economic lead. And Starkiller is still committed to Hydra Viper. Now, I believe the Vipers were saved. Yes, the Vipers were preserved. Most of them were. But we spoke about this. We spoke about how Hydra Viper is okay in the mid game, but it doesn't scale well into the late game. We spoke about how the big power spike for Bjorn was going to be Ghosts. Well, the Ghosts, they've arrived. The Ghosts are now in the mix. And now the Vipers will not have as much free reign. And Bjorn, he's done the impossible here. Bjorn was down to 10 workers. He was down to 10 SCVs. But we spoke about it. Instead of Starkiller taking his lead and extending it and getting further ahead, he committed into a 3-base push. If you remember earlier, that was the attack at the 3rd base where Starkiller cut workers at 3-base saturation, and then went towards, this follow-up timing as well. And at that point, Hydra Viper had just fallen off. And now we're trying to work towards Ling Bane. This is a late transition. The downside of this Ling Bane is that we have +1 melee, so our upgrades are not ideal. And Bjorn is outscaling Starkiller at the moment. Like, Starkiller, he's just stuck with a subpar army. He's going to try to collapse in. Snipes going up. God, massive tank volleys here on the... Oh my god, the Hydras! Hydras are melting. The snipes are going off as well. Every single Hydra goes down. Again, Hydras are... We spoke about this in the ZVZ earlier. Hydras are not a core unit. Hydras are a supportive unit. If we're going mass Hydra, it thrives when we go for an all-in, right? Like a 3-base all-in, you know, that's when Hydras work well. Otherwise, Hydras they're just soon-to-be lurkers. And there's no lurkers, Papi. There's no lurker there. Oh no. The lunkers are not here. Bjorn breaking out, shuts down the creep. Moving on across the map. And Starkiller, he's up against the wall. He's in a lot of trouble. And the Vipers, they didn't come into play early. I didn't even point that out. The fact that Starkiller dove in, but the Vipers, the Blinding Clouds were not there. Snipes, they shut down the Hydras. Vipers coming in, they Blinding Cloud the bio. But it doesn't matter. Ghost, they don't care about your Blinding Clouds. They snipe through it. The hatchery will fall. And Starkiller, the edge, the advantage that he once had in this game is not there. Not anymore. Hatchery crumbles, the boys were saved, the drones were pulled away, thankfully. And yeah, Starkiller just stuck with his Hydras. We have Adrenal on the way for the Lings. We have Bailing Speed on the way as well, but again, it's all just too little too late here. It was a good effort. Definitely 4-star killer. It was impressive. The amount of damage that he dealt with the roaches was insane, but GG, well played. Good luck gets called, and Bjorn will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semifinals. GG. GG, well played. A shout out to Starkiller because he popped off and he straight up almost took the game. Like, there's a world out there. There is a world out there where Starkiller forces the ace match against Starkiller had a massive lead. Looking at the graphs, we don't often do this, but this is the economic graph. Starkiller is the teal player. The teal player, Bjorn is the blue player instead, and you saw the massive economic lead that Starkiller had. Likewise, the army supplies as well. You can see the big power spikes with the initial Roach push, followed by the 3-base Hydra push, followed by the maxed out Hydra push as well. But again, we spoke about it. It was a very all-in style, very committed playstyle here out of Starkiller. And we had the option, after getting ahead with the first Roach push, we had the option to get further ahead. We opted to go for the all-in, and the all-in failed. Yeah, that's how all-ins go. If they don't kill your opponents, then you're in a rough position. And Bjorn was able to trade so efficiently. Bjorn identified the Mass Hydra. He responded with Mass Tank, and he did shut down his opponent. GG, well played. Bjorn bounces back. Does bounce back, and with that, we're getting ready for our next series. We're getting ready for... Oh, we're getting ready for game number 2. We're jumping in. Okay, Bjorn, he's waiting in the semifinals for his next opponent, and we are jumping into our next series here. We're jumping into our PvZ between Estrella and Sort of. We're jumping into game 2. Jumping into game number 2. The team logos for the players are going to be wrong just because I'm very frantically trying to update. Trying to update here. And we're getting into that second game. sort of is leading the series 1-0. As you can see before us, we missed out on game 1 as we were engrossed in our own series, but sort of he does have a 1-0 lead. Apparently, sort of Link flooded Estrella. Apparently, a Link flood did catch Estrella off guard, and sort of takes a lead. And now we're getting ready for game 2 on Goldenrod. Jumping into game number 2. Hopefully no one has lost their connection, as it's a bit of a longer loading screen, so hopefully everything is okay. We are settling in. Meanwhile, if you want to tune into Skillers versus Geralt, that is being covered by Chicken Man. Chicken Man, he is all over that PvP. Shout out to the man of the chicken. Covering Skillers versus Geralt. Meanwhile, we have our own matchup. We have our own series in Sword of versus Estrella. We go. But we might have to restart just because the loading screen is taking longer than we thought. So it might have to restart. The ace match. Bjorn took the series. There we go, just updating the Wikipedia page. Beautiful. But yeah, hope everyone is doing well. Hope everyone has been enjoying themselves. This lovely Tuesday morning. This is only the first broadcast today. Fun fact, yeah, we did have a timeout in the game, so we're going to be remaking. It's all good. Are going to be remaking. And it looks like some of these earlier matches weren't updated. There we go. Yeah, just updating some of these matches. And it looks like, for the most part, the quarterfinals are underway. The quarterfinals are underway. We're going to be jumping into a straight for sort of winner goes up against Bjorn, and then we'll go over to the upper half of the bracket. Because the upper half of the bracket is a little bit delayed, we might be able to catch the upper semifinals as well. So we might cast both semis. It is possible. Might be able to cover it. Here we go. Smooch. Apparently, sort of, his GPU crashed. He's upset about AMD. So this is my last AMD GPU. My first and last. Steadfast is also casting this? Yeah. I did hear that Steadfast, as I mentioned before, like, he wasn't casting the tournaments up until, I think this is his first series that he's casting. Estrella versus sort of. So he's finally awake. Finally joining us. Let's go. Do love to see it. As I mentioned before, Chicken Man is covering Skillers versus Geralt, and we might be able to join up with Chicken Man afterwards. May join us for a bit of a dual cast. We'll see. We shall see. A spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our American Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Estrella. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, going for a 12 pull. Let's go, leading the series 1-0. Representing Root Gaming from the land of Sweden, it is Sorda. Now, we missed out on game 1, as is said in the chat. I believe Steadfast was casting the first game and sort of did go for a Link Flood. There was a Link Flood involved. Not too sure what kind of Link Flood. If you are maybe more familiar, then let us know. But sort of did catch Estrella with his pants down. And can we do it again with the 12 pool? As sort of is going to expand on the low ground. It looks like it's not going to be a 12 pool drone pool. Otherwise, there would not be an expansion here. Probe is moving out. But again, this might just be for show. Nah, sort of, he does hide the drone, does keep it hidden. Overlord did confirm the probe scout. And that means that this probe is going to go into the main, which means sort of can now expand on the low ground. I say that 6 links are on the way. Link production has begun. The probe does confirm the timing of the spawning pool. Estrella is aware. He's aware of the 12 pool, and back at home we should be walling up. There we go. Second pylon has been thrown down. We have the Cybercore as well. Zeld is being pronated as we speak. And so far, a good reaction from Estrella. Now, these links have potential. They could get on top of the gateway. The gateway itself is looking quite vulnerable. There's a lot of surface area on the gateway. Zealot has arrived. Second Zealot in production. And sort of is going to be chipping away at the wall. Behind this, he's droning. He is droning up. Getting on top of the gate. Does nibble away. And Estrella, he should come out with the second Zealot with 2 Zealots. Oh, we do go for the surround. We attempt to, but with 2 Zealots, our DPS is looking a little bit too high. Well, looks like 1 Zealot does fall, but only 1 of the other will stand strong. It's going to be close. It's going to be close. Can we get it? Up. We can. Oh, we just barely get both Zealots. But alas, the wall-off is solid. The Adept arrives, and we will clean this up. Estrella holds. Whew. Estrella does hold. And getting both Zealots is a big pick-off, though. It does mean that this counterattack is that much weaker. Usually, it's 2 Zealots and 2 Adepts. Now, no more Zealots are available. It's just going to be the Adepts harassing across the map. Sort of, it can defend. Can minimize losses here. Is going for its expansion. And will keep up with the Adept aggression. There we go. Third base is on the way. Estrella does threaten the shade. Takes down 1 link. Takes down a Ling. Shades on out. And sort of, he's just droning up. No kind of major tech structure. I mean, no gas. No gases in the main, no gases at the natural. Just a gasless follow-up here from sort of droning up as much as possible as we enter the mid-game. We're calming things down. Calming things down. Good ups, they do threaten the mineral line. 1 drone gets picked up. We get 2, we get 3. Oh my god. Almost 4. Nice counter damage here from Estrella. Again, there's no link speed, so we cannot punish those Adepts. Cannot be punished. And Estrella, he's following this up with additional gateways. No Stargate. Additional gateways are on the way, getting to vanilla Adept aggression. Twilight Council now on the way. The Creep Turner barely is sniped. And what do we go for? Do we go for Glaives, or do we go for something different? Nice. I see Star Killer in the chat. GG. sorry, I was just my mind was elsewhere, just responding in the chat. But now we can settle in. Now we can settle in, sort of just getting into his 3 bases. Now taking his gases, working towards roaches. Again, we're skipping Link speed just because our gas is so limited here from the side of sort of. So is embracing roach production. Hallucination will confirm as Estrella gets eyes on the lair. Not quite on the roach warren, but does get eyes on the lair, on the gases. Drones are picked off. 2 more of them. And we spoke about the follow-up push here, and it's going to hit quite hard. We have more gateways on the way. We have Blink on the horizon. And how many gateways do we have in total? It's going to be a 6-gate setup, soon to be 7 gateways. Ooh, the beginnings of a 3-base all-in. Again, only 1 gas at the natural, 1 gas at the third. I love that we've staggered the gases here for Estrella to make it look like he's a little bit more tech-heavy than he is. When instead, Estrella is just going to double down with Mass Blink Stalker. He's got 7 gates. The Prism to reinforce. And we have such an overwhelming army. Sort of, do we have anything to defend? We have a handful of roaches, but it's not going to be enough. Sort of taking up into a Hydrogen. And I don't think we have the time for that. I don't think we have the room for that. See, we go. Estrella has arrived. He can warp in. There's 7 stalkers at a time. GG gets called. And Estrella will take game number 2, tying up the series 1-1. GG. Again, a very strong 7-gate timing there from Estrella, and sort of just did not have a standing army. He had nothing to defend. He had like 3 roaches and a Ravager. He was taking up into Hydras. A little bit too greedy there from sort of. He wasn't expecting the aggression to hit as hard as it did. And Estrella ties it up. We're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. Getting into game 3. It all comes down to this. It all comes down to the ace match on site Delta. Meanwhile, we've had some other updates. We had some other updates coming in. And yeah, we're kind of nearing the tail end of the tournament here. It feels like it's been a fast one. Feels like it hasn't been that long, and we're about to dive into the semis. We're only 2 hours into the tournament, and the semifinals is on the horizon. But again, I guess there was another portion of the back of it which was a little bit slower. True. It was a little bit slower. Let me just poke in. Looks like Skillus versus Geralt is also mid-series, which makes plenty of sense. Again, 2 amazing players, and really the only way it could end between them is an ace match. So some really solid matches going on at the moment. Really good games. But it looks like sort of crashed again. No, sort of. He has had some GPU issues today, and this is not the first time his setup did crash. So yeah, sort of. He's just letting us know that he has to restart his PC and get things going again. So there's gonna be a bit of a delay for the ace match. Hopefully these GPU crashes don't GPU-induced crashes even, don't impact the game itself. Hopefully, like, sort of, he's not going to be too affected in-game for Game 3. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. For now, we might just go on a short break. I don't know how long sort of is going to be. So we're going to be going on a short break, and when we return, we will have the ace match, the finale of this series. Take this moment, get some water, get some snacks, get some food, and we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. Up. And welcome back. When did the scene switch? My apologies. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Sorry, I was just getting some water and just taking a break, but we have returned, and I have some unfortunate news here. I do have some unfortunate news as we get into our game. That news being, of course... Oh, sorry, I did... Wait, when did the scene switch? I'm curious. My apologies. My apologies. I thought that I had switched the scene earlier. So yeah, you got to see some ASMR food eating. I was having some mohao, papi, some mohao, which is platano. But we do have an update. We do have an update on what has been going on. I do apologize for for not being aware that that there was no brutal OST going on at the time. But we had an update. We had an update, and there was a walkover given. Oh, we're proxying. We're proxying across the map. So I do apologize. But we're getting into our next series. Sort of unfortunately had some GPU issues. He did have some GPU issues, and as a result, was unable to continue the series. In the end, Estrella did take the walkover win, and now we're jumping into the semifinals. We're jumping into a PVT between Estrella and Beyond. And in the top right hand corner, we have our South Korean Terran player proxying across the map. It is Beyond. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the American Protoss, the red Protoss player representing Virtus Pro. It is Estrella. But again, I apologize. I just assumed that I had switched my scenes, and apparently I did not. Apparently, I did not end up switching the scenes. So yeah, we were just I was just getting some food in the downtime. When I say food, breakfast. Beautiful. If for those who are curious, mahao is I guess it's kind of like banana, but it's like green banana, like sliced up. It's fried. It's broken down. Fried with onion. It's really good. It's really nice. If you're from Latin America, you'd understand. But here we go. Oh, also, my apologies. Predictions. Predictions are open. Place your bets on how you think the series will unfold. Predictions open. There we go. Predictions are open. So you can place your bets on who you think is going to take the series. Our Terran Protoss, the first Reaper, has arrived. We'll bunker on the way. The bunker is going to be denied here at the natural base, but we can chip away at the mineral line. Probes are under fire. And Beyond will back up. Beyond is going to be backing off, at least initially, from that initial Zealots. Meanwhile, we have a second Reaper in the main, chipping away at the mineral line. Stalker in position, going to be able to defend for the time being. Estrella, he is holding, and honestly hasn't lost too much. Looking at the resources lost tab, we lost one probe, but only a single worker. Only a single worker, as we do see Beyond transitioning back at home, getting into his own CC, getting into his own starport. He's settling in. And as we settle in towards the mid-game, we have our tech of choice. Estrella going for a Twilight Council opener. Going for a Twilight Council in towards, I imagine, Blink. Likewise, Beyond rotating around. Does a threat in the dive. Oh, it was on the break screen. And then it wasn't. What caused that? Interesting. I'm curious if, like, is there a hotkey that I didn't know about? There shouldn't be. Okay. Interesting. But for now, we are going to be pulling back. Again, it's going to be a blink-based opener here out of Estrella after the initial failed proxy. And now we have our follow-up drop into the natural. We have Widow Mines towards the mineral line. Stalkers are in position. And they're going to be zoning those Widow Mines away. So far, no damage dealt, but we can always threaten a dive back into the main. We at least keep the medevac alive, and that can always just keep Estrella pinned back at home for some supply to be busy in both mineral lines. Meanwhile, across the map, we do see Beyond getting into his own 3-wax follow-up. Did I say, yeah, 3x311 setup here with Stim, with, of course, Banshee production as well. Banshees have been quite trendy as of late. If you're familiar with the TVP matchup, you would know that, of course, Banshee tank pushes have been quite popular here by the Korean Terrans and even the European Terrans as well. Players like Björn, Maru, Clem would embracing it. But we're actually not getting into tank production, just bio early on into those Banshees. Wouldn't mind dropping to the main base, gets 2 probe kills, nothing too major. Wouldn't mind coming back in, boosting into the main. Stalkers are in position, and do we react in time? Oh, we kind of do. Oh my god, the mine shot will go off. Massive connection, 9 probes go down. Ay. Estrella with a bit of a fumbled reaction. Does lose 9 workers, and Björn, the mine drop has more than paid for itself, and we're not done. Nowhere near. Out comes the Banshee, out comes the Cloak towards the main. Estrella, not quite ready for this, does recall the Observer back home. Thankfully, we do have detection. We have detection available here back at home. Stalkers are amassing Immortals as well. And the Banshee going ham in the main does get 3 probe kills, 4 probe kills even. Very nicely done by Björn. Gets 4 workers in the main, pulls away. Shield batteries are getting up and running. Colossus production has begun. Estrella has yet to expand. The third base is quite delayed here for our Protoss. Estrella playing things out very safely instead. What I mean by that is we are delaying the third in favor of Colossus production, in favor of just building up our army. And finally, we take a third. Is quite delayed, but at least it's on the way. Meanwhile, across the map, we are getting into the rest of our setup. To have, of course, combat shields, concussive shell, +1, building up our bio army, Marines and Marauders. Third CC is on the way, so Björn is not going for a 2-base all-in, is settling into a third. Eventually, we'll settle into that third base. We're getting there. Likewise, a Banshee into the main. And as Estrella is being kept busy here by the Banshees, now Björn finally is moving out. A bit of an upgrade timing here for Björn. He's got so much working for him with +1, Combat Shield, Stim, and Concussive Shell. Will be threatening that third. And because the third is so late, no shield batteries. There's no shield batteries, no overcharge. This third base is looking very vulnerable, and we're going for the Stim. And we Stim on forward, we focus down the Nexus. The Nexus will fall. Oh, that's a kill! That's a kill, not a cancel. Ay. A brutal loss for Estrella. Bleeding out 9 workers, bleeding out the base. Björn pulls back. And now Estrella is in trouble. Ay. Is getting into, trying to get into his own 3-base setup here. Is re-establishing that third base. And Björn from here, he can just pull back and get his own third up and running much faster than that of Estrella. This is a dynamic that we don't often see, but the Terran is now ahead economically compared to the Protoss, which is a terrifying thought. Usually the Protoss has to be up a base to maintain themselves. And now Estrella's falling behind. He's falling further and further behind. Fire shots going up. Chipping away at the Colossus. Chip away. We have a third Colossus on the way. Estrella, he can't break this. He cannot break through this position. He's going to try to chip away at the army with these Blink Stalkers at least. He has to tread lightly. Gets 1 SCV. Getting his third up and running. Third Colossus has arrived. Colossus has arrived as we are trying to contain our opponent for as long as possible. I mean, for as long as we can. Buying time for Storm, for our own upgrades, for our own robot production as well. Estrella has some recovering to do. Like, things don't look too dire right now, but I mean, look at the supply here for Björn. It's just getting higher and higher. He will eventually break out. And when he does, Estrella's going to have such a hard time holding. And he does catch a medevac. Not bad. Gets 1, almost 2. Nice force fields here on the ramp. Bio army stims on forward. Bleeding out more Vikings as well. These have been efficient trades for Estrella. Does pick away at the main force, but the force fields run out, and now Bjorn has broken free. And what do we have at home to defend? Storm is almost done. We need more time. We're seconds away from finishing up Storm. There we go, 10 seconds. Yeah, but it's gonna finish. And with the power of Storm, Estrella can hold. Bjorn, he backs off. He respects the army. He sees a High Templar. He wants none of it. So Estrella will pull back and will max out. Sorry, did I say Estrella? Bjorn backs off and he will max out. And by the time Bjorn maxes, it's still going to be a tough hold for Estrella. Bjorn is working on a 4CC, building up the rest of his army. We do see Estrella taking up towards Sky Toss. That is a Stargate on the way, +1 air attack as well. Once the Stargate is done, we can get into a Fleet Beacon and work towards Tempest or Carrier. We are building up towards that late game, that end game Sky Toss army. We're not quite there yet, but we're getting there. That is a way to try to surpass or catch up with what Bjorn has. Not going to be easy. Is not going to be easy here. So do you see Estrella rotating around? It's going to rotate around. Does get a kill in a CC, not bad. But 5th base does go down. We force field the ramp. Massive storm on the SCVs. Workers are going down, and we do force a recall. We get how many? Only 1 Colossus. Not too bad. Could have been worse. 1 Colossus for 15 SCVs. That was a better trade for Estrella. But his army is now vulnerable, and now we can push out. And we're just waiting for that move out from Bjorn. There's that Fleet Beacon. There's additional Stargates in production. We have a High Templar moving out. Decent storm. Decent storm on the bio. We have more storms where that came from. More storms are on the way. Bjorn rotating around, looking for a way in. Ooh, some mince pathing, but we don't quite punish, thankfully. Estrella pulls back. It's okay. It does pull away. Estrella is about to max out himself. Here come the storms. The EMPs do connect. 1 storm grazes the army. Ooh, we dodge the other. Bjorn does pull back. And we are running out of storms. Don't have that many left over. It's like 3 storms remaining. Ah, now we have plenty more. We have additional High Templar in the back line. Estrella is holding. Meanwhile, Fusion Core is now on the way. This is where I say that this is a bit of a later Fusion Core for Bjorn. The Fusion Core is going to be for Liberator range, and it's going to be for Liberator production. Alas, Bjorn doesn't have it yet, and without Liberators, we cannot really push into this army because we always have a storm in the back line. There's that Liberator range, which means Estrella, he's getting away with carriers. Carrier production has begun. Estrella has gone away with a nice EMP. Catches the High Templar. Picking away at the army. Carriers have arrived. Bjorn unable to fully engage. Is unable to fully engage. Bjorn does pull away. Backs off, dancing with the army. That's 5 CCs in production. Oh my god, that's a lot of command centers. A lot of economy. Nuke is on the way as well. And we are entering the late game. The late game of this TVP. Of a wall of cannons, wall of shield batteries on the way for Estrella. We're walling up. We are going to be walling up. Likewise, Bjorn is just now getting into his Sky Terran, right? With Liberator production, with Vikings as well. We are entering a longer game. We shouldn't be seeing any big fight yet. That's not really what Australia wants right now. Oh, not a bad storm. Yun did walk through it. Walk through the storms. Yun pulling away. Rotates around. Australia likewise collapses on the planetary. And planetary is under fire and it will fall. Storm on the ram. No way in. Yun just running into storms. Has to pull away. And that's 7 SCVs going down. A base as well. Not too bad. Oh, we did see the mothership try to skirt in, but alas, the mothership is denied. Cheeky move there by Estrella. Very cheeky. The mothership poised for a recall. Ooh. Tank line does stand strong. The Vikings come in. They almost get a carrier. Almost. But they do get the mothership. And minus 300 on the mothership. 10 SCVs did go down in the midst of this. CC's being retaken. We have a wall of turrets now on the way. Liberator production has commenced, plus 2 ship weapons. This is still anyone's game. Do sniper High Templar. How many High Templar do we have left? 8. Decent amount. Decent amount of High Templar. Again, it comes down to not just the Skytos army of Australia, but we need those High Templar to support, to zone away the ground army. Ooh, we snipe another High Templar. Like, without storms, this army is vulnerable to just being stimmed upon. Like, without any splash damage, we can just stim and win. Going for the planetary once again. Zoning storm on the Vikings. We get some decent feedbacks as well on the ghosts. No! But we do overextend. Another High Templar goes down. A high energy High Templar as well. Yeah, we did waste the storm. We have to back off. We have to replenish our High Templar count. Australia pulls back. Liberator across the map. Gonna be harassing. Plus 3 ship weapons on the way. Liberator towards the 4th. Yondu does get some breathing room. Liberator going ham, getting 4 probe kills, 5 probe, 6 probe kills, 7. Oh my god, 7 worker kills for the 1 lib. Well worth it for Byun. Australia pushing in, going for the storms. Ooh, oh my god, a pretty big connection here on the main army. Storm does connect. Vikings weren't able to engage. Personally, I would have loved to have seen some Tempest alongside this. Tempest do a great job at just chipping away at the army from the back line. But no Tempest yet. How many carriers do we have? 8 carriers. I feel like we've hit the most carriers we want to hit at this point. 8 carriers is more than enough. Nice EMP on the ground army. Australia sneaking in from behind, ready for the recall. Now, we could go for a dual-purpose we could recall behind the army, snipe a base, and then recall back to the center base. Remember, we have 2 recalls available. We have a base recall and a mothership recall. So we could try to spend 2. And there it is, recall behind the main army. Yeah, Byun does respond, he does notice. Australia pushing in, going for the CC. And can we get it? It looks like we should be able to, but here comes the main army of Byun. Cloak is activated. CC goes down. We throw down the slow zone, and Australia keeps pushing. Not a bad storm. Not a bad storm, and there's the defensive recall. Back to the center base. We do leave a handful of stalkers behind, and Immortal as well did go down. Not a bad moment here for Australia. So recalls in, then recalls out. But that also means that he does not have a defensive recall available. That means that if Byun wanted to, he could try to rotate and try to hit some of these fringe bases, and Australia would have a hard time keeping up. So a risky maneuver though. It's quite risky. Australia has to wait for these recalls to come off cooldown to go for another move quite like that. Good revelation. Zoning storm. Do we have another storm? I'm not sure we do. Okay, we have one coming in from the back line. Carrier almost goes down. These interceptors punishing the Bio Army quite hard here. Not bad. And we're pushing within tank range. Tanks are going down. That's some big volleys here on the High Templar, forcing the Archon to be morphed in. We still have 3 storms. The slow zone has been thrown down. We just bully back the Terran army. We go for the storms in the mineral lines and on the ramp. Workers are going down, but do we have another storm? That was the final storm, I believe. For Stray, he has to retreat, and he's being punished. We needed another storm for the main army. We get 1, we get 2 carriers. So many carriers, every single carrier going to be falling. 2 of them survive, just barely. That was a big loss for Estrella. Behind this, Tempest are on the way. We spoke about it. Tempest can fare better in this game state. So I like that we're deviating away from carrier, incorporating Tempest. High Templar do come in to reinforce. Estrella backs off and is remaxing. Meanwhile, Bjorn needs time. Bjorn has no bank. Remember, he's been bleeding out bases. Time and time again, bases have been falling left and right. The economy for Bjorn is struggling. And Estrella is not giving Bjorn time. We have the first storm a little bit lackluster. We have to be careful. The base does fall. But Bjorn did expand towards the bottom right. Has a backup planetary up and running. Ooh, that's a lot of freedom. That's a lot of liberation thrown down here for Bjorn. Yeah, now we incorporate the Liberators. That means it's going to be that much more difficult for the main army to push forward. This means that the High Templar are going to be zoned away. If they do get within range, they can be focused down. And Estrella, upon seeing the Venn diagram of freedom, we throw down a wall of shield batteries and cannons. Now, this is where nukes come into play. There it is. There's the first nuke. Ooh, and the nuke is not going to be denied. Very valuable move here from Bjorn. Forces to cancel and will shut down the wall stack defense. Cannons go down. And that's why we had a nuke in the chamber. Another nuke is on the way. Just to make sure that Estrella cannot establish this position. Estrella rotating back in, this time with 5 Tempest. 5 Tempest here for Estrella, going for the relation. He has to be careful though, he has to respect the Vikings. Speaking of, Vikings push in. Tempest pull back. And the Vikings able to catch the Oracle at least. They get 1 Oracle. Slow zone on the ramp, and the Tempest can push forward. And Bjorn has to respect the slow zone. Still has bottom right fully saturated. Estrella unable to deny that, and Bjorn is remaxed. Now with a comparable army. Again, we are perfectly split map. Numbering towards the north. How many Vikings do we have? That's 28 Vikings, Pat. That's a lot of Vikings. Storm towards the... Sorry, storm, what? Nuke towards the north. Nuke is on the way. Vikings pushing forward. Catching 2 Tempest. Very nicely done. Tempest and a Colossus go down. Speaking of, more Tempest going to be falling. Zone's attempt. Oh my god, we bleed out Tempest! Expensive losses! Jeez, I was like, look, a good 5 Tempest going down, maybe even 6 Tempest. Very nice catch from Bjorn. Now, at a certain point, do we go for a ground switch? If we lose control of the carriers, that would be a good idea. We do lose that. Another nuke from the high ground. Can we deny it? Get the revelation. The nuke is going to finish. The nuke will complete. We shut down the cannons. Ooh. Depowering the shield batteries. We're stepping on in. Storms do zone the army away. We have more cannons in production. Decent storm in the bio. Stray rotating around. Yeah, the Stray with the miscontrol earlier lost so many Tempests, but the Tempest cannon is now back up and running. Now can be a little bit more assertive with them. Can be more assertive. Nice feedback. Nice. Oh my god, a massive storm. Oh my god, we stand in the storms. The ghosts go down. That was insane. A very valuable storm there for Estrella. Bjorn, he stood in it. With that, bled out so many ghosts. Tempest now wreaking havoc. Stalkers, they do punish those Vikings. 2 carriers go down, 3 carriers go down. Bit of a desperation move there out of Bjorn. Moving forward, we get the slow zone. But Bjorn did lose a lot of Vikings in the process. He had 26 down to 18 Vikings. But we're making 8 Vikings at a time. That's okay. Bjorn is replenishing that. Bearing in mind that the economies have been left untouched for the most part. We haven't been able to punish any of these fresh mining bases. But the Tempests are gaining ground, and Astray, he wants to break this center base once again. The Mothership, oh, the Tempest even. Tempest goes down. The Mothership thereafter. A nice chase from the Vikings. It's been a very intense back and forth here between both players. Estrella does have a bank to work with, but remember this, that Estrella's army takes longer to rebuild. It takes a long time to rebuild this army. So if a fight goes awry, then Bjorn can take a fight and keep pushing, take down 1, 2, 3 bases and end the game. Bjorn doesn't have to whittle away at the, doesn't have to like go for the longer game to grind away at the army. Oh, massive storms! Oh my god, the Vikings, they sit in the storms, they're so low. The Vikings are so damn low. 20 probes go down. Estrella freeing up supply as he's running out of mining. The worker count is not so important, not anymore. Still up to the 7 Tempest, now down to 6. Shots going up. Oh, I say we've been intentionally losing workers. Never mind. 33 probes to the 1 lib. The 1 liberator across the map. Shutting down the economy here for Estrella. And he's just too preoccupied. Doesn't have the freedom here. Doesn't have the free supply to spare to defend back at home. The 1 liberator. The 1 hero lib. And Estrella has 0 mining here. Is unaware. I believe he had no excess workers. No excess probes. And Estrella, this is going to impact his bank. He's running out of resources. I mean, he has 2,000 minerals and 1,000 gas. That is true, but honestly, that's not too much in the grand scheme of things. We need to get this base up and running. Uh-oh. Estrella, he's in a bit of trouble. He has to be hyper efficient. Every unit that goes down is going to be eating away at the bank of Estrella. Yeah, Vikings, they just push their way forward. Overcharge is popped. Tempests are going down. Nuke here on top of the main army. Bold move here from Bjorn. Estrella remaxing with charge lots. Does go for a big gateway warp in. And what is the ground army looking like? No more liberators. We do have 1 tank, 2 tanks even. 2 tanks on low ground, but the charge will take bust on through. Yeah, the ground switch from Estrella. Getting on top of the tanks. But the ghosts. The ghosts, they come in to reinforce. They take down an immortal. There's still 1 immortal left. The boys are being pulled, and Bjorn holds. Bjorn holds on, and Estrella has no bank. We spoke about this. Estrella, he did not have a bank barely had a bank to begin with. Has no mining again. If he had saturation here, if only. Estrella could keep going. But there's still that 1 liberator part at the base. Estrella, his economy is non-existent. He's on 1 base economy. Bjorn is on 2. As he's muling his heart out here at the center base. Bjorn can sustain these losses. Estrella cannot. And when will we realize what's been going on? There we go. We peel off 1 Tempest to deal with that liberator. And we need saturation. There we go. Now we have begun a probe production. Now Estrella realizes what's going on. Again, if he had realized this sooner, I feel like Estrella may have just won. Like, Estrella would have had a bank to work with to rebuild and remax and to keep up the pressure. Like, Bjorn barely held there. And if we had resources behind this, then we would have been okay. But Estrella just now realizes. Now he does saturate, and Estrella's in a rough position. Bjorn is now surpassing the army of Estrella. Estrella, he's up against the wall. That 1 liberator harassing earlier may have just won Bjorn the game. Like, that may have just been it. Like, it's like Estrella has no money. He has no money left. Has no resources. Do we have any storms? We have 2 High Templar. 2 High Templar left. More probes falling. And it's been impressive. It's been very impressive. Straya fighting here in the late game against Bjorn. He was holding his own for so long. Unfortunately, our attention was spread thin, and we didn't really notice that we had lost our 1 mining base. And it was a good amount. It was a good couple of minutes here before we did realize what was going on. And this means that Astray is now on the back foot. Astray, he's lost map control. That's why he's stuck here at his base. He's stuck pinned back. And Bjorn, he's freely remaxing, rebuilding. It's really marine heavy. Very marine heavy here. So the army's a little bit fragile to a storm, for example. But we have 18 Vikings. That's a good enough Viking count. We have more Vikings on the way. He does connect. There we go. We're going for the nuke. And Astray, he's just being bullied back at this point. Again, any momentum that Astray once had, it's been gone for quite some time. Nuke does connect, and that does create an opening. Now we stim in. We stim on forward. We have one storm to zone away. Slow zone on the ramp is going to help. Mothership goes down. And we have no storms left. We have 1 High Templar remaining. It just stormed. No energy left here for Astrea. Without storms, how do we stop this army, right? How do we stop the Marines? You don't. I mean, whether it's Storm or Purification Overs, we need some kind of splash damage. Snipes go off. We get both High Templar. And at this point, Astray needs a miracle here. If he can somehow catch Beyond overextending, right? Like if we can fight alongside the side defense, then maybe. But the cannons, they last a couple of seconds. We mule the mineral line to take money away from Astrea. And Beyond, he knows that he has too much at this point. He stims, and he is looking to win. The Bio Army is actually having a bit of a harder time here, breaking through the ground army. So Marines, we are running out of Marines. The Tempest going ham, the Carriers as well. Oh my god, GG gets caught. Astrea takes the fight, and Astrea, he'll win it. He'll take A1. GG. I want an instant replay there. So something that was a little bit odd. I'm pretty sure that Bjorn was only fighting the interceptors. Like when he stimmed on forward, he was busy with the interceptors. The Carriers were just chilling in the back line. Tempest as well. Even without the storm, Astrea, he barely won it. GG. I'm a little bit lost for words. GG, well played. Astrea takes the lead in the series, barely wins that final fight. Did pull the boys. I mean, I should also emphasize that pulling the boys did help actually quite a bit there to sustain ourselves, to sustain the sky toss. The ground army of Astrea did crumble, but the Carriers in the air, they barely held on. And Bjorn, I mean, he committed. He didn't have to. He felt confident, and I don't blame him. I was confident for Bjorn. I was confident for him as well. But GG, Astrea, he takes it. Barely. Barely does take it. And with that, we're getting ready for game number 2. Getting ready for that second map. Here we go. We are getting ready for the second map, and here we go. The second map, we're going to be loading into Site Delta. Send it, map. Here we go. Getting into that second game and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, down in this series in a wild game 1. Representing Shopify Rebellion, it is Bjorn. Can he bounce back? As this is a best of 3, one more loss and he is out of the tournament. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Estrella. Oh my god, let's go. We're getting into our second game. Bjorn going for the proxy, going for the racks in the center of the map. Going for the proxy here. Once again, as a reminder, Bjorn did also proxy in game 1. And is going for it here in game 2. I saw the chat catch up. I was waiting for chat to catch up. Knife's edge there it was. It was a very close fight at the end of game 1. What a throw. I mean, I don't blame Bjorn for pushing because I thought he was going to take the fight. Like Bjorn was looking confident in his in that engagement, and I was feeling confident for him as well. I'm sure Estrella was. I'm sure he was like, oh, it's over. But no, somehow Estrella, he takes it. And that was game. And now we're getting into game number 2. Estrella goes for the probe scout. He does miss the proxy. Reaper's going to be moving in, and we'll see how much damage we can get done. If you remember, Bjorn did get 1 probe kill last game with the proxy Reaper. This time, we'll see what we can get. See what we can get. What was it, muling the base? I mean, I also don't blame him for that either. Like, in that kind of game state to, like, take minerals away from your opponent. But I think it also shows, like, how confident Bjorn was pushing in that angle and in that fight. The confidence was real back. It was real. Now we're settling in. Reaper does try to engage. He's going to be dancing with the main army, but alas, we have a Stalker back at home, and oh my god! Ooh, the Reaper will manage to escape. No major damage, 1 probe kill. So once again, the Reaper gets 1 probe and then backs up. Just the 1 worker kill, as Estrella does defend, settling into his 2-base setup. Stalker's moving out, and the Rax is floating back home. So again, not the most committed proxy here. We're following this up with our factory, with our starports, a bit of a more aggressive build, going for the factory before the CC. As the probe does confirm, Estrella, he sees how late the command center is, he sees how early the factory is, so Estrella should be preparing back at home. It's going to be a Twilight Council opener, a very safe opener here by Estrella. Meanwhile, Bjorn embracing Widowmines. We saw Bjorn pop off in game 1 with a Widowmine drop. Remember, he killed 9 probes with 1 Widowmine shot. He got 9 worker kills. We'll see if we can do it again. Oh no! Ooh, the Reaper being cheeky, but alas, can we escape? We cannot. We hunt down the Reaper. The Reaper does fall, and Estrella can race back home just in time to deal with the factory aggression. Could have been Reaper Hellion, but alas it is Widowmine. Not just 2, we're committing into 4 Widowmines. This is a very committed mine drop. Actually, I was gonna say we very rarely see this. We never see this. We've seen like double Widowmine drop openers every now and then, but quadruple Widowmine openers, this was very common last patch, but specifically this patch over the past 2 months, this is a very rare build here, just because it's fallen off, just because of the nerf to the Widowmine. So interesting to see Bjorn bring it back. Very interesting. Now, it might be because the Widowmine drop did so much damage in game 1, maybe Bjorn feels confident that he can replicate that and even do more damage. It's possible. So here we go, we are going to be boosting into the main. Stalkers are in position. We're ready for this. The medevac goes down. The mine shots! We get a decent shot on 2 probes. 3 probes go down, but we do clean this up. Again, only 3 Widowmines were able to drop in time, and Estrella shuts it down, and this was committed. Remember, that was 4 Widowmines and a medevac, and we cleaned it all up. A much stronger start here for Estrella. Much stronger. Now we can move out across the map. We're getting a 3rd base. How many gateways? 2 gateways in the natural, 1 gateway in the main, 3 gate blink. That means we have map control. We can move out, we have map control, we can threaten the bases of Bjorn, and Bjorn is stuck at home. Bjorn is stuck back at home. We have bunkers, we have tanks amassing, we have 1 tank in the main, we have a bunker on the low ground, And the Stalkers, we can try to shut this down. We can break down the bunker or even dive into the main and focus on the tank. We have options. What do we go for? We're going for the natural. Yeah, the bunker's under fire. The bunker goes down. The repairs are not in time. And we can take control of the low ground. Yeah, boys are being pulled away. Bjorn, remember, his Widowmine drop was committed. He had to get more damage done. And alas, he didn't. He's going for the tank. The tank, it goes down. The tank falls. And Bjorn, no shot. He was one of the favorite players to make it into the finals tonight. He made it to the semis. But here against Estrella, Bjorn, he's in trouble. That was 14 SCV kills. We got a tank, we got the depot, we got a bunker. And Estrella can just rotate over towards the main base. There's only one tank to defend, and Bjorn having a hard time keeping up. As we dive into the main, going for the add-ons, going for the production, more SCVs falling. And Estrella, he's running away with this. At the same time, we got 4 probe kills across the map, but again, that pales in comparison to what we're doing here. As Estrella is popping up. Estrella being forced out of the main, getting 21 SCVs, another big warp in. And remember, this is not all in. This is not 4-gate blink. This is only 3-gate blink. It's only doing so much damage because of the failed opener, because of the quadruple Widowmine drop. Remember, we're expanding, we're taking up, we have charge on the way, Forger +1, third base getting saturated. One Stalker goes out of the main. We can see Estrella splitting up his forces, getting in position to deny drops. And this is a really annoying position here to deal with. Estrella, can we get the depot? Looks like we can. But it's close. The depot will barely survive. We get the repair up in time. And Bjorn is holding, but again, Bjorn is down in economy, he's down in army. Because he lost his tank earlier, it means that a tank push is delayed. He was going for a 3rd CC. That's another reason why we were vulnerable, is because we went for a 3rd CC before we built up, a solid defense. Banshees get across the map. They do manage to catch 4 probes, so for the most part, we are in position. Again, Bjorn doubling down from Widowmine drop into Banshee play did mean he had so little to defend, and we shut down the Banshees. We get 1. We almost get the 2nd. Banshee chipping away at the mineral line, but alas, there's a shield battery in position. Likewise, Stalkers at the natural. And Banshees are cleaned up. The Banshees are shut down. And back at home, Bjorn gonna try and stabilize here on these 2 bases. I mean, does have a 3rd CC, so he's making 3 SCVs at a time. He has triple mule production as well. He will eventually expand, but Estrella, he's here to deny that expansion. He's here to just contain. Estrella doesn't have to push in. There's no pressure on Estrella to push into one of these bases. All he has to do is contain. That is Estrella's win condition. Just contain the Terran. Prism into the main is spotted. Bjorn does respond. Does manage to respond. Leading out another 2 SCVs. Estrella getting a 4th base. Building up towards Colossus production. Extendo Molest is on the way. And Estrella, he's running away with this game. It is Estrella's game to lose. Now, what I will say is that Bjorn is building up quite a force, and he still has potential with this army, at least until we hit Critical Mass Colossus. I'm talking 2-3 Colossus. Until that point, Bjorn can break out. Oh, but we bleed out a medevac. Expensive loss there for Bjorn. Scan does reveal the Observer, at least. We can see the command center pulling away. There we go. Now expanding. Stalkers trading with the Marines. And here come the charge, though. It's Estrella. He's going for the kill. Now Bjorn, he's out in the open. He's exposed. We have 2 tanks on the high ground, 2 Widow Mines. We have a 3rd tank on the way. And Estrella, he's looking to try and break this position. Can come in from multiple angles. We can see Bjorn is getting ready, throwing down some bunkers or some depots to try and create some SimCity. Try and bait out those charge from the Zealots. We have Zealots on the left-hand side. Prism on the left as well. Does slip into the mineral line. Slips into the main even. Does force back the attention of Bjorn. At the same time, Zealots towards the natural. And we're pushing into the 3rd. And Mind Shot's getting baited out. Colossus wreaking havoc. Only one Colossus. Ooh, yeah, this position a little bit too brutal. Beyond does hold. Zealots, they get a handful of SCVs, but nothing too major. And Beyond defends. Beyond does defend. Again, the SimCity here is brutal. We create a choke point against 3 tanks. There's no pushing into this. And Estrella, we don't have to push in. Remember that, Estrella, we're taking a 5th base. We're taking up. We can get into a 2nd robo, take more gases, go into disruptor production. We can head towards Sky Toss if we wanted to. Like, we don't have to force the issue. We don't want to throw away too much here at the 3rd. And Estrella respects it. Now, it did cost Estrella quite a lot. Looking at the units lost tab here, it cost us Zealots, a handful of Stalkers, and a Prism. But Estrella just needs to calm down. We just have to back off, calm down, and embrace a longer game. There it is. Did I say a 2nd robo? That is a 2nd and a 3rd robo on the way. Oh my god. Getting into triple robo production. And this should be for Disruptors. There we go. Disruptors now on the way. We have Prison Speed, Dark Shrine. I would love to see a 2nd Forge. Just for mass upgrades. Speaking of, there's a 2nd Forge. Just to invest into more upgrades, maxing out. And again, there's still no reason to push into this, to push into the 3rd base of Beyond. The goal now should be to just wait for Beyond to expand and take a 4th. Or max out first, whichever is the first to occur. And Estrella is about to max out. Doesn't have the ideal army yet. But again, once we max out, I would not be opposed to Estrella throwing down a Fleet Beacon and a Stargate. And just already preparing for that Sky Toss. We'll see if we do. But now we've reached that 200 supply. Saturating our 5th. Throwing down additional cannons and shield batteries, just securing ourselves on these fringe bases. Making sure we're ready for drop play. Meanwhile, Beyond responding with his own 2nd starport, getting into Viking production. And the would-be 4th base is spotted, and that's go time for Estrella. Beyond pulls back. So I'll say drop into the natural. And Beyond, he does read Estrella very well. Does pull away in time. Letting out SCVs. Never going off. Catches a ghost! Very nice connection for Estrella. At the same time, Zealots on the right-hand side. We have plenty in position. Again, this 3rd base is not going to be broken. Estrella has to respect it. Has to understand it. And pull back. Ooh, big tank volley's going off. And Disruptors are going down. This is a rough fight. Some Novas, they will connect. We break through Disruptors, breaking through the Colossus. Estrella being caught out. And Beyond, despite being down in supply, he took a very nice fight. It all started with these tanks. The tanks that got some big volleys off on the army. And this is what we spoke about. Estrella had no reason to be here. Had no reason to push in. Calm down, Bobby. Calm down. And Beyond is bouncing back. Bouncing back, we can see Estrella double expanding, getting into mass DT. He's gonna get a sensor tower. Oh, pushing in. I mean, the Zealots are gonna trade well against the Buyer, but the tank volleys are insane. Show us the Nova. Nova does not connect. We do focus it down. At the same time, the DTs are wreaking havoc, and this makes it worth it. Even though Estrella does not break the 3rd, he gets 13 SCV kills. It was still a trade for Estrella, but a trade that Estrella could now afford. And he mainly lost gateway units. Like, this time it was mainly gateway units going down. And 1 disruptor. Once again, Estrella going for a split push. Only 1 tank. And it's going to be focused down. If the tank does fall, Nova's going to be going off as well. And this time we connect. Massive connections. At the same time, here come the DTs, distracting Beyond. And Estrella, he has done it. He's finally broken the 3rd. Yeah, Boyd's being forced off the mineral line. Nova's going to be going off as well, zoning back the Bio Army. And we have plenty of Novas to work with. Three more, I believe. Oof. They do graze the army. Zealots the entire time they're in the middle line, they're wreaking havoc. 18 SCVs go down. GG gets called, and Estrella does it. Estrella takes the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played, very well done here by Estrella. Game 1 was close. Game 1 was very, very close, and Bjorn arguably should have taken Game 1, but here in Game 2, Estrella was much more in control. He shut down the Widowmine drop, he shut down the Banshees, he was able to punish Bjorn and get so much damage done early on and took a massive lead. We saw that Estrella, he extended that lead by mass expanding and taking up into Disruptors. We saw a questionable fight for Estrella where he did bleed out a lot of Robo units, but he could sustain those losses. He could sustain that loss. He had the economy for it, he had the bank for it, it was okay. Did rebuild, did recover, and did snowball out of control. GG. Oh, that was, hold on. For some reason, it was the incorrect score at a game. There it is. There we go. Has been fixed. GG, well played. Estrella takes down Bjorn 2-0 and advances on to the grand finals. Congratulations. My condolences to Bjorn. He didn't play poorly in Game 1. Like, again, and likewise in Game 2, it was more so his build being punished and his build being shut down. His build orders, I should say. But alas, today was not his day, and Estrella has been popping off, is peaking at the moment. Very important for Estrella to peak leading into the Esports World Cup. Again, we have the World Finals on the horizon, and Estrella will be a part of that. He is the NA seed for the Esports World Cup, and has to make sure he's there to play his best. And it looks like we have some updates. I'm a little bit surprised, but the upper semifinals has not begun. Looks like we had some delayed matches. I say delayed matches, some longer games up towards the northern half of the bracket. Let's catch up. Okay, from the top, Clem took down I'm Data 2-0, and Clem is now currently mid-series against Mute in the quarterfinals. If you remember, that is the Peruvian Protoss player, Andrino. Andresino, that's it, Andresino. So they're in the middle of a PvT. Mute did take down, we did name change to Mute. Mute did take down Pig. It was impressive though, Pig took a map. I was not expecting Pig to take it to Mute. So very impressive here that Pig took down not just Jay, but also a map of Mute. Impressive stuff. Pig, not just a caster, but also a strong player in his own right. Able to fight back against the favorite player in Mute. And with that, I believe they're covering the upper quarterfinals. Meanwhile, Skillus took down Geralt 2-1. Skillus was favored coming into it, but it did go all the way to the ace match, and it could have gone either way. Very close series there between those two players. And in the end, Skillus does take it. And I believe Pig and Chicken Man are covering Clem versus Mute. Let me just quickly double check here. What game are they in? Double checking. Looks like they're in game number 2, and Clem is leading the series. Okay, Clem, he's up in the series. He's up 1-0 versus Mute. So wish Mute the best of luck in that best of 3. And that's what we're waiting for. You know, Bjorn has made it all the way to the finals. Bjorn has made it all the way, and he's lying in wait for his next opponent. For his Protoss opponent. Okay. Until then, sorry, I kept saying Bjorn. Estrella advances on to the grand finals, and Estrella is waiting for his next opponent for either a Terran or a Protoss. So Estrella, he has some time to wait. Bjorn has been eliminated, and of course Estrella is embracing. Oh, it does have some time to kind of rest and recover, and can soon embrace that finals match. So again, congratulations to Estrella for taking the series. And we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have either Clem versus Mute, or Game 3, or Clem versus Skillus, Game 1. One or the other. Either Mute forces the ace match, or Clem will take the series. We'll see where we go. See where we go. Meanwhile, I might join forces with Chicken Man. I know Chicken Man has been casting, and I don't know if we're going to be casting the finals together or just the semis. I'm uncertain as to what we're going to be covering. We'll see. It's going to be up to Chicken Man when he wants to join us. So either we jump into the semifinals together, or we just cross the finals together. We'll see. But I believe we'll be joined by Chicken Man momentarily. Otherwise, we're going on that short break, and when we return, we'll have the upper matches. We still have some more StarCraft, so we'll have at least 2 more series. To go on. So take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, take a break, posture check. No slouching in the chat, and we'll see you guys soon for some more StarCraft. See you then.
discernible reason, so I'm just gonna take it and go with it.
Fair enough. Well, when you hear day off, really, it means to work even harder because you're just casting StarCraft all day. Crazy.
Yeah, it's true. It's even more work. It's more work for less money, but it's way more fun, you know?
Yes, exactly. The passion is real, Bobby. The passion is real.
It's all about the passion. And you know who has more passion than anybody? Is our Terran player, spawning in the upper left-hand corner of Oceanborn. It is Team Liquid's Clem.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the opponent. We have his teammates as well, also representing Team Liquid. It is Skillous. And very quickly, I don't know if you noticed, Chicken Man, but we were covering the lower half of the bracket, and in ESL Open Cup Americas, we have a rare sight. We have an American in the finals.
USA, 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 USA. Yes, Estrella coming in clutch. The victory over Beyond. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, it was a wild series, man. It was a wild series. Estrella, he's been popping off, and I don't know if this has ever happened in the history of ESL Americas. I'm not saying an American player in the finals. That has happened before, I believe. I think Estrella's made a finals run, or even Trigger even as well. But we are so close to potentially even an NA finals with Skillous.
Is Skillous also an NA player? Damn. What part of Texas is he from? I didn't realize. You really had me going. I was like, where is he going with this?
Well, it was a couple of days ago when we were. I think you even tweeted yourself. You were like, oh god, who was? I think Rotterdam was talking about Skillous at Home Story Cup, and you mentioned how he's from Texas.
I mean, of course he is.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, of course.
I think Clem is from Texas too, didn't?
True.
Right? He's from Paris, Texas.
Oh yeah,
pretty sure.
There is a Paris in Texas. Yeah.
There is a Paris in Texas.
So NA confirmed is what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Has that never happened? I mean, I guess it hasn't, huh?
Yeah.
An NA versus NA finals in the EPT Cup Americas.
It's a historic event, really.
It really is.
Oh my god. We are settling in. We're settling into our TVP. And have you been following Clem today? How has our French Terran been performing?
I've kind of been bumping around here and there. Just covered the last Clem match where he looked infinitely better than his opponent because it's Clem, so it's bound to happen. I have a feeling this is going to be a much closer match. Skillous actually beat Clem in last week's EPT Europe. I was covering that one, and Skillous was able to take him out. Took out Spirit too. He's looking really good in PVT.
Yeah, I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous you caught that. I did see that afterwards in the morning, but Skillous, he's actually our rating ESL Europe, at least from last week, champion, popping off in the PVT. Like, that was really impressive stuff. I missed the games myself, but yeah, how'd he do?
I mean, he looked fantastic, especially in the finals. It was a 3-0 finals, so he just like he just got him. He bopped him.
Okay, we'll see if he can bop him again as we are entering our opener. Clem being hyper aggressive, by the way. I don't know if you noticed, but he went for a 1-1-1 opener after his initial start. Getting into tank production, getting into Liberator. He is sending everything across the map already.
Yeah, this is, fun fact, the same build he actually just used to beat his last opponent on this map. We'll see if Skillous can do any better. The shield battery here is going to be really crucial. Tries to target that down. He will get it. The medevac stays alive, though. Good micro there from Clem. But Skillous has 4 stalkers here still. Looks like some probes going to get targeted down. 5 workers going down. And these last few Marines, I think, are going to be taken out here shortly. Ooh, they do get another probe first, though.
Oh, just barely. One more probe goes down. Very wise of Skillous to pull away those workers, but did cost him 7 probes in the end. Skillous survives the push, but we're not done. We're still we're rallying across the map. We still have the Liberator moving out as well, but Skillous has held. He survived, and I'm sure looking a little bit better off compared to Mute did last game. Question mark?
Well, Mute just died, okay. So yes, yeah, he's looking much better.
Okay.
He still has units and probes and a Nexus. Yeah, it's ended up not too bad for Skills. Losing the probes is a bit painful, but the worker count's not too dissimilar. It did delay the third base a little bit too. But that was a lot of units coming out for Clem, right? And now we have some counter pressure here for Skillis. As he has these Blink Stalkers, he has a Warp Prism, and he could just try to be a little bit annoying here as long as he avoids those tank shots.
Yeah, there's a tank in the natural, there's a tank in the main base as well. We dive on the tank, the tank is exposed, and the first tank is going to go down.
Yeah, some big tank shots hitting these Stalkers, though. They have all lost their shield, so they got to be a little extra careful here. As the Marines show up, they're going to try to target down the Raven. They do not get it.
The Raven does survive. Stalkers are being forced back as well. Clem does hold. It was brutal losing the tank, but at least Clem likewise survives as well. We're going to be entering the mid-game portion of this game, and Skillis is backing off. He's saturating his bases. Is still applying some pressure, though, and he wants that Raven. Oh, my God.
He really does. It was getting repaired there. Another tank does pop out. These Stalkers just being annoying. Trying to pick off a couple more SCVs, which they will very successfully do. Uh-oh, there's a Viking out, though. We need to see Skills recall, I think.
Yeah, the Viking will be able to shut down this Prism, and alas, the Prism taking a lot of damage across the map. We were a little bit busy, and it looks like the Prism is going to go down.
Yeah, that's just a dead Prism. I don't think they can run away from Vikings. I don't think that works, actually.
Unfortunately not, and that's actually a big blow here to Skillis. That's a lot of Stalkers going down. That's a lot of harassment potential. That means that Clem, he has kind of, he knows he has the freedom to kind of be a little bit greedier, to reposition his army. He has nothing holding him back.
Yeah, that's really, really nice for Clem to not have to worry about that Prism posturing around. Even coming back, and yeah, 4 Stalkers were in that Prism too. The trade suddenly very in favor of Clem.
Oh yeah, it is quite.
Oh my God, and another Stalker just walked into fire.
Yeah,
what's happening here?
We have to be careful here. As we're bleeding out a couple of Stalkers, we can see Skills being bold with a handful of units, but alas, does bleed out some Stalkers in the end. Has to pull back at home. We actually don't really have much to work with. We lost far too many Stalkers, and this is our army. You know, it's a handful of Gable units and an Immortal.
This is not Spark Joy. He has 21 army supply right now. There's only 2 Stalkers. It's literally just, I was like, where are the rest of the Stalkers? No, he lost them all. They were in the attack. They were in the Prism. They are gone. Skills is in a lot of trouble right now. Clem is pushing out. Combat Shield, Stim, and +1 are all on the way. He's got some Medivacs making their way across the map to join up with this. I mean, he is doubling the army supply of Skills. There are 2 Immortals. And there are a few charge lots, and that might be enough here for Skillis.
Yeah, we need to buy time. We just went into a gateway explosion. The gateways are finishing up for those charge lots. We can see Clem is not pushing in. He is going to be laying siege upon the natural and dropping into the natural, but Skillis has to buy some time as Skillis is not quite in position here to defend. Shots are going off. The gateways are under fire, but thankfully, Clem isn't really threatening too much critical production buildings here of Skillis.
Yeah, and Skillis able to get his army into position here. It's just some of the bio up on the high ground. A super shield battery is turned on. I think Skillis is going to be fine. Losing the gateway's annoying, but it's not that big of a deal, and Clem can't really put too much more pressure on from that angle.
So yeah, Clem does back off. Now, Clem didn't lose too much, and he still has a little potential, right? Like, Clem is still in the driver's seat. He has a terrifying army, and Skillis still needs to buy some more time. But so far, so good. You know, we deflect the first push, but here comes the second wave.
Yeah, and I'm a little worried Skillis does not have any splash damage at all. There's no Robo Bay, no Colossi coming out or anything like that. It's just going to be Zealots and Immortals. And those only last so long against the Bio army. Stim Bio will eventually just crush that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Bio, the man with gun is a terrifying unit here in StarCraft, and we are pushing forward. We have the Stim available as all tanks do. Siege, we have yet to Stim. We're holding on, but what we're doing here is we're containing. We just rotated from one fourth base to the other, making sure that Skillis does not expand.
Yeah, this is really nice. I mean, we're 9 minutes in. Skillis really wants a 4th base, but he is not being allowed to take it. There's the big Stim from Clem as the Zealots do charge in. Skillis, though, again, he's pulling back, just trying to buy some time. Turns on the overcharge on the shield battery. He has been Dorito dusted, though. Ooh. Lowering the armor on those units.
Oh, yeah, the Dorito dust is a powerful thing, and we have to back off. We have to dust ourselves off, and that is going to give Clem some time to reinforce. Charge lots are going to be diving in, but alas, SimCity working against Skillis. They're unable to engage.
Oh, yeah, that is so painful. And these tanks are chipping away at the Nexus, too, so Skillis can't just sit back and wait. Clem is really putting the pressure on. Skillis is going to go for it now. He should be able to take these tanks out pretty quickly. There are 4 Immortals in this army, and it's mostly Marauders left over.
Yeah, mostly Marauder. Skillous once again does hold on. At the same time, we get a double jump into the natural. Probes are somewhat going down, but we're dragging, or we're pulling Skillous apart. Line shots going off as well. And Clem is not calming down. He's not stopping. He's still pushing out once again.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at the supplies right now, and it's not telling a good story here for Skillous. It just feels like Clem is going to be able to keep reinforcing and eventually have enough to overrun. Skillous is holding on by the skin of his teeth, but I don't know how much longer he can do that.
Yeah, it just goes to show how brutal it is to lose all those Stalkers early on, right? We lost so much momentum so early for Skillous, and he just hasn't been able to recover. We still on forward. We focus on the Immortals. There are no shield batteries within range. There's no overcharge either, and there's barely an army left standing for Skillous.
And that is going to be GG. Skillous taps out. Clem pushing through for the win. Yeah, losing all those Stalkers is really, that was pain. That was pain.
Yeah, the Stalkers, the Prism as well, right? Like, these Stalkers, they have so much potential. Like, we all know how efficient Stalkers can be, especially with Blink, but Skillous, he lost them so early on, and from that moment, it felt like Clem was in control of that game, right? There was nothing really holding him back, nothing to really keep him tempered. And with that, GG. Clem takes the lead.
He sure does. I'm gonna try to send you a camera.
Send me. I want to show me what you got.
We'll see if it works. Hey, there we go. Did that function?
I got you. I got you.
I feel bad. I can see you during the game, but you can't see me.
You're like, you were distracting me, Poppy. I was just looking at your face. I wasn't even looking at the game.
That's what happens. Blush. That's why I got to put you on my furthest monitor away, so I don't look at you by accident.
Good to see you, Chicken Man. Good to see you.
You too. You too. I hope the next event we can both be there.
Oh yes, yes. I'm just setting up. I mean, it's you know, not the easiest thing to do from Australia, but I'll do my best.
It's really not.
Smooch.
It's a far trip. We just need an Australia-based event. That's what we really need.
Yes, yes, true. Would you come?
If I could, I would absolutely. It would be the same amount of difficulty as it is for you to come up here for an event.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
So I would try. I would love to.
Okay, fair enough. Next time there's an Ozcraft, you know, we'll fly Chicken Man over.
We'll make it happen.
But we are jumping into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkion, and we have our blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid down in the series, but I'm sure he can bounce back. It is Skillous. Yeah,
we've seen him win 2 in a row before. He can do it. He does have a tough opponent, though, and an opponent who also is maybe a little upset about not winning EU today. In the upper right, it is Team Liquid's Clem. Wants to get his revenge.
Did you also cast the European Weekly as well?
No.
Okay.
No,
okay.
I went to sleep. People just told me he didn't win. So.
Okay. You're like, mate, that's crazy. Calm down, Bobby. Calm down. Fair enough.
I haven't done the all 3 cast in a long time. That's a painful one.
I don't think I've ever done. Well, maybe once, but yeah, it's not easy. Not easy.
Well, especially since they moved the Korean one to be back on the same day.
Yeah.
So now it's like you have to just be live for like 21 hours to cast it all, or something like that. It's like crazy.
For sure. I'm glad to hear that you got some sleep today, at least some sleep. So you're not full.
Actually, I got plenty of sleep. It just came in the form of 2 long naps.
Okay, fair enough.
You know, quality sleep decisions here at House Chicken Man.
It's good to hear. The chicken coop, if you will.
The chicken coop, yes, if you would.
But we are going to be settling into our TVP once again, and we do see Clem going for a bit of a more aggressive build, going double gas for the faster factory. I imagine we're not going to be seeing the same kind of aggressive start from Clem 2 games in a row. He did do a lot of economic damage, but I'm sure we're going to be going for a very different approach here in game 2.
You're sure, but I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
I think he's going to be just as aggressive.
Okay.
So, just to contradict you.
Mm-hmm. Was he like that against mutes? Was he also just in the space?
I think the second game he did like a Reaper Hellion thing and just got some probe damage.
Okay. Fair enough.
A little bit less committed with the units.
Did you
Cyclones and Medivacs and stuff?
Did you catch any other players? I think you were casting skills versus Geralt earlier, right?
I sure was. You asked me those questions, and my brain's immediately like, no, I didn't cast any other games. What are you talking about?
Like,
I don't remember.
What do you mean? I haven't been casting it. I don't cast. What are you talking about? You're like, it's like you're being interrogated. You don't want to answer any questions.
I do not recall.
Like, I plead the fifth. I'm gonna get my lord.
I forget what I cast like minutes after I cast it.
Okay.
So, I completely forgot what happened. But yes, I did cast Skills, Gerald. Thank you for reminding me. That was a fun match. It went the distance. I will say Skillis looked very strong in that match. Some really good moves by him.
Yeah, like Skillis has been really improving this past year. Like, I don't know if you've been following him too much, but like it feels for a very long time Skillis was always top 3 Protoss in Europe, and he's been very stable in that kind of position. But as of late, like he's really been like vying for like even that number 2 spot and been improving a lot these past couple of months.
Yeah, I would say so. He has had some really nice results. What was it the next tournament that he did really well in China?
Stars War 11.
Oh, Stars War. That's right. Yeah, I was trying to think which one it was. Yeah, he really killed it in that. I know the last couple of tournament results, he hasn't been super happy with, but it was nice to see him win the EPT Cup in a pretty dominating fashion last week. Hopefully that makes him feel a little bit better about his play.
Yeah, definitely, especially leading into the Esports World Cup as well, which the qualifiers are this weekend. As a heads up, I don't know if you're going to be jumping on the qualifiers
That's true.
as well.
I will almost surely not be, unfortunately.
Okay.
But
okay.
Well, the first one's on the 4th of July.
Oh my God.
That's a big day for us. You know what I mean?
True. That's American.
I gotta celebrate the independence.
Yeah.
Before we get put under another ruler.
Fair enough. Do you guys do anything special for Independence Day? Do you like put on
Not
the movie?
really.
Do you like watch Will Smith or?
I mean, that's always fun.
Yeah.
I might actually do that, but I can see the fireworks from the roof of my building, so I always go up and they do fireworks here, and it's good. Good fireworks.
Nice. Good to hear.
Big loud noises. like me some loud noises and lights. It's always fun.
America. Yeah.
America.
Well, I wish you the best. Wish you the best over the weekend. And that might be helping to energize our lovely Texan Skillis as well. I would hope so. As we have gone for a very different opener. Once again, it's going to be Blink, but we're actually going to be rushing in towards Colossus production already here as we're getting into our 3 bases. And so far, it's been a much more passive start to the game as Clem likewise went for a very fast 3rd TC.
Yeah, I don't know who could have called it, but Clem being a lot less aggressive in this game. I think that's, probably a difficult thing to predict. I think you'd have to be really, really smart to call that one. But yeah, he's going to set up his 3rd base here. And he's got a lot of stuff that will come in handy in a little bit. He's got 1-1, stim, combat shields all in the way. He's got these tanks out. And Skillis, he's kind of counting on that taking a little while so he can get into his own flash damage with those Colossi coming out.
Yeah, so a very different dynamic, and I'm sure Skills is going to be a lot more comfortable as well. Like, now he doesn't have, a Terran player with all this bio breathing down his throat. Now he's freely expanding. He's not really losing any SCVs. He gets 3 SCVs across the map as well. So Skills, he can really come into his own now here on Alkione.
Yeah, and this is what we like to see from the Stalkers, right? They're not committing in and then just getting blasted by siege tanks and killed by a Viking.
Yeah.
This is what Skillis wants to be doing with his Stalkers. This is more in line with what we're expecting. So
yeah. You're
Definitely
like,
a good start for him.
like, mate, this is crazy. This is beautiful. This is what we want. The Stalkers are not dead. Is it true?
Yeah,
True.
yeah, pretty much. How many stalkers has he lost? One.
Ah.
Just the one stalker. That's
Exactly.
cost efficiency.
So far, so good. Speaking of, we do blink into the natural. One Stalker going to be going down, but regardless, damage is being done. We do wreak a little bit of havoc here, but Clem, not too far away, is looking to punish this.
All right, Skillus, bud. What did I just say? And he loses all the stalkers. We can't be doing that. It's not as bad this game as it was last game.
True.
He's got the Colossi behind us. He's got fourth base almost finished up. He's in a much better spot to accidentally lose a few units.
You know, I look. I don't want to say that that Skillus is listening to the stream, but like, yo, that was quite a caster curse. Okay, I'm just saying, like that.
It really was.
He's like, yo, these guys are praising my Stalker control. Hold my beer. I'm gonna deal with that.
Oh man. I would love if a player would listen to a cast just to curse the casters. That would just be incredible. That's like 5D chess right there.
Oh my god, the spite is real. And
I want to make sure these guys look dumb.
Skillus, calm down. We love you, Poppy. We love you. Speaking of, we dive on the Colossus. Colossus
what
not
is
exposed.
Colossi? One of them goes down already. Skillus' stalkers blink forward. But that's a good start to the fight for Clem right there, killing one of the Colossi. Skillus trying to take the middle of the map, but left some of his units behind.
Yeah, unfortunately, he was caught a little bit with his pants down there. One Colossus does fall, and now suddenly this army's looking that much weaker here for Skillus. He bled out. Stalkers bled out. Colossus Disruptors are on the way, and Disruptors have a lot of potential, but Clem, he suddenly has map control.
Yeah, he's just very comfortably moving around in the middle of the map. He's got a fourth base moving over onto location right now as well, but he might want to put some pressure onto this fifth base, this gold base that Skillus is trying to take.
Yeah, you can see his tanks there getting within range. The Widowmines are setting up as well. Rocks are being knocked down, and Skillus can take a fight. He has a lot of charges now to reinforce his army. The tanks could be a little bit vulnerable or exposed, but alas, the angle of attack is not going to be easy here. We do at least have shield batteries to help defend. We have an overcharge available on the front lines.
Yeah, I think that's going to be crucial here. These tanks are in such an annoying position. The other side of the map, there is a warp prism that looked like it wanted to warp in a bunch of zealots, but didn't do it.
Yeah,
and then is leaving now, so I'm not sure what that warp prism is going to be doing here.
We could try to come in for a surround. There's potential for the warp prism. Oh, the Vikings, not again! Oh, just like game one, the prism is going to be zoned away.
At least it'll stay alive for now. Oh, Skillus is going to dive in, though. He's hitting from one angle in this bio. Oh, my God. The Widow Mines onto the Zealots. Doing so much. Disruptor Nova is coming in, though, forcing some of those splits. But here are some reinforcements from Clem as well. And Clem just ends up 50 army supply ahead after this. The Colossi, the only thing keeping Skillus alive right now, but this gold base is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, the swarm of terror overwhelms the Protoss. We still on 40 focus on the Colossus, one after the other. Disruptors are good, but the splits are even better from Clem. He avoids the Novas, he shuts down the gold, and Skillus, he's in a lot of trouble.
I mean, he just lost all of his power units. He's got a couple disruptors left over, but so many of those gateway units going down, the Colossi going down. He loses the fifth base. Clem on the other side of the map is happily mining on 4 bases. He's taken the worker lead. And this is becoming a real problem for Skillus right now.
It really is, as Nova's going to be going off, and we do graze the army, but alas, the bio army trades well nonetheless, shuts down another disruptor. Reinforcements are on the way, and Clem is looking to just keep the pressure on. You said it before, but clearly Clem, you can tell, I mean, he's spiteful himself. He's upset about what happened last week at ESL Open Cup Europe. He wants his revenge.
Yeah, and I have a feeling he might get it here as he is up 60 supply, powering forward with his 2-2 bio. A huge Disruptor Nova does connect, but I think Skillus needs about 8 more of those for this to be a real hold.
Yeah, we need more of these Novas. We need more of these connections. Alas, one is good, but not good enough as Clem is taking another CC.
Yeah, he's got a 5th base. Turn it into a planetary over there. Even if this bio army gets pushed back, there's a whole nother bio army behind it that Skillus is about to run into, and that's just a bad feeling to just see all these bio units come spilling down the ramp when you thought you almost held.
Exactly, you survive, but only for so long as the wave just does not end. Clem just stimming across the map. The army is a little bit overstimmed, but alas, there's no splash damage, right? There's no Storm, there's no Colossus. Sure, there are Disruptors, but we are out of Novas, and we're pushing towards the base, towards the Nexus.
Yeah, this army is really trying to stim itself to death, but not a lot of healing here for Clem right now. But, I mean, all this is just so good for Clem, right? He's just trading units for units, and that's great for him. Skillus is not going to be able to resupply as quickly as Clem is. Clem is nearly maxed behind all of this.
Yeah, he is maxed out, and he was leaving reinforcements back at home, but he's going to be sending wave after wave of units across the map. The Novas have been not too bad here from Skillus, but again, we'll see if he can survive the next push from his opponents. We need some miracle connections from these Disruptors.
We really do, and I don't think Clem's going to give it to him. Oh, he's going to send them forward. Can he get the cheeky shot?
Not bad.
They were okay. Honestly, not bad. I thought those were going to be a little worse than that, but I still don't think it's going to matter at the end of the day as more Novas come out. Are there any more left? 1, 2. But the Disruptors are starting to die. The Zealot count is dwindling. The Medivacs are back to heal these units up. And the Bio, these Marauders are just going to run forward and kill another Disruptor. And I think that's just about that. Skillus down to just about 100 supply. He does have Zealots in the main base. There's reinforcements here. Clem is going to clean these Zealous up. There is the GG, and Clem gets his revenge on Skillus from last week's APT Europe.
GG, well played, Clem. He does get his revenge here. He does take down Skillus and will be our second finalist of the night. He is going to be denying the All-American finals here. I mean, I say that. I guess he is still Texan. So
that's right. He's still Texan.
True. It's gonna happen nonetheless.
Hell yeah.
But congratulations to Clem. My condolences to Skillus, but alas, he made a deep run nonetheless. I always do praise our lovely degenerate Europeans that stay up until like 6 a.m. in the morning to compete. It's not easy, so a lot of respect here. A lot of respect.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a tough time to be playing games of StarCraft, like high-level games of StarCraft too. The sun's starting to come up, birds are chirping, and there you are at the computer, trying to win this best of 3 against Clem.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy. So congratulations to Clem, shout out to Skillus, and that means we have our finalists.
We sure do, and it's not a PvP.
Yes, it is not going to be the PvP mirror match of finals, which means you know what? I guess the curse was broken. I think it was broken like the last time we casted, but there was a time, Chicken Man, where whenever we came together, whenever the duck and the chicken, you know, whenever they touched tips, it was just purely PvP.
It really was. It really was. But the curse is confirmed broken now. This is it.
Yeah.
It is no more.
No more. I didn't know how else to describe two things coming together. So
No, that was perfect. That was perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, the duck and the chicken coming together for sure.
Yes.
is what happened there.
It's beautiful.
Yes.
But we are getting ready for that best of 5 finals, and yeah, I mean, the other plus side as well, I'm sure Estrella was watching. I'm sure he was watching the stream. I'm sure he was shooting in specifically to our streams as well, I'm sure.
Yeah,
and,
absolutely.
Has a better idea of how Clem is at least approaching the matchup.
Yeah, Clem might have to bring some different builds out for Estrella.
Oh, yeah.
I also do feel like Estrella and Skillus are very different players. So, makes sense to bring out some different strats against them.
Yeah, I mean, Estrella's he's very unique, right? I don't know if there's many other people quite like him. You know, I know he's got his own nickname, right? Like the Clown of NA, and then he does some unorthodox builds at times, but he can be a really hard player to read, and this is also why, like, I'm sure we love casting Estrella. We love watching him because he's such an unorthodox player at times.
Yeah, I feel like that's always been one of the joys of watching Estrella. Bringing different strategies and yeah, just making the matches interesting.
Sure, for sure. go. All right, what's your predictions, Chicken Man? What's your predictions coming into this?
3-1 Clem.
Oh, 3-1. 3-1.
Yeah.
Okay.
What about you?
You have faith in the Texan player. I understand.
I do. I do.
You know what? I'm gonna say Estrella 3-2. That's what I say.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh. Cheeky game 5. With Estrella taking it down over Clem.
Yeah.
I feel like that'd be pretty big.
Okay, it would be big. We have seen Estrella pop off, and look, I'm just saying, right?
sure
Like
have.
we don't want to gloss over it. We didn't even mention it. Estrella, it's not like he had an easy road to the finals. Okay, he didn't rock up and knock down a Mutes or like who else did Clem bring down, making his way to the finals. A Data. No. Estrella, he 2-0'd Bjorn to make it to the finals. Just saying.
It's true. That's true. And that bodes well for him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Taking out Bjorn 2-0. What can he do here against Clem?
We'll see. It was a crazy back and forth between Estrella and Bjorn. We had a split map game on Ghost River. Ghost River was cut right down the middle. We had just like Giga late game, Sky Toss versus like Bio Ghost Liberator. We had some hyper late game, and Estrella did barely come out on top there. And he was hyper aggressive in game 2 against Bjorn after that, so he was able to just punish Bjorn and get in his face. So yeah, I'm ready. I'm excited. I'm all aboard the Max Angel hype train.
Excellent. I feel like Ghost River gets some really good TVPs.
Mm-hmm.
I hope we get that in this.
Oh yeah.
In this best of 5 here. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, as we are getting into our best of 5 grand finals of ESL Open Cup Americas number 239, and sporting in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem.
He's looking to take yet another victory in these EPT Cups. I think he has the most, right? Doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's just the most. He has the most victories.
He's the most American.
But his opponent, he's the most American. That's right. His opponent, the true representation of America in this grand finals, trying to take it down for all of us in the United States. It is Estrella, the upper left-hand corner. Max Angel himself.
Yeah, Estrella, he's really kind of fit into the role of the #1 player in the Americas after the retirement of Neeb. There was a bit of a hole here in the upper echelons of the NA scene, but Estrella has kind of fit in quite nicely, taking the shoes of the ex-Captain America.
He took his shoes?
He did.
He just took them.
Yeah, that's why he retired. He just got bullied
Oh.
out. Oh no.
The last event Estrella and Neeb were at, Estrella was like, give me those. Poor Neeb's walking around in his socks. They're all like ripped up and torn up because he's just been walking around for 3 days in his socks.
Oh no.
And now Estrella plays every match in them. That's why he does so well.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they're not quite the same size, but he makes it work. That's fine.
I mean, Estrella's used to climbing shoes. Those are tight on your feet, so I bet it's similar.
Yeah, there you go. It is known. Estrella does have big feet.
Yeah. You know what they say about Protoss with big feet.
What do they say, Chicken Man? What do they say?
They make a lot of blink stalkers.
Oh, okay. They can handle their balls, Poppy. They can handle their balls. Oh, God.
Disruptors. Disruptors is what you mean.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. That's them too.
Right. Yeah, of course. Of course.
Oh, God. As we are settling in, and interesting opener here, we see Clem once again entering a 1-1-1 variation. This should be working towards draw play, but we'll see what Clem does embrace. Meanwhile, back across the map, Estrella going for a Twilight Council opener.
A Twilight Council? That's crazy. Never would have expected it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
See, I told you, big feet, blink stalkers.
There you go. Does that mean we'll see his balls later?
I mean, I hope so. I really, whenever I'm, you know, like casting Estrella, I just really hope I get a chance to see his balls.
Yeah.
His ball play is unmatched, I would say, especially in NA. But I mean, even I would say among the other regions, he's got some of the best ball play in the world.
Yeah, he does. He does. Like, he handles them like no other. And we got lucky. We were able to see him handle those balls last game against Bjorn as well. If you want, I'll show you the replay later. You can have a look at it together.
I would really like that, actually. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. I got you. I know what you like.
You always take care of your Poppy.
Oh, God. This cast is taking a turn.
So Clem's going to try to drop some Marines and a Widow Mine in.
Yeah. He's going for the jump across.
Cute.
Yeah, he's going for the jump across the map. No shield barrier at the natural, by the way. Boys, they have to be pulled. The medevac is going to be focused down. And how many shots can we get off? How many probes go down?
Ooh.
6 probes.
Oh my God, that Widow Mine coming in clutch. Stalker and Sentry are dead. There's only one Stalker left. These Marines of Clem are just doing so much damage. 11 probes going down.
So much damage dealt here. 11 workers. Widowmine is going to be shut down, but regardless, the damage has been dealt. Estrella getting caught out a little bit here. Does have a third base, can recover, but the damage has been dealt, and Clem going to be able to settle into his 2-base play. And we're not done, by the way. Behind this initial 1-1-1, we're going into Banshees.
Yeah, I do like the Banshee follow-up here. See if he can't get some extra damage on. I think he got cloaked, though, right? No, I think it was just the one cloakless Banshee, so a little bit less threat potential, but still some more probe damage coming down the pipeline here.
Yeah, Clem keeping the pressure up. Meanwhile, Estrella's forced a counterattack. Back at home, what do we have to defend? We have a bunker on the high ground. We have a would-be tank as well as on the way, and Clem should be safe and sound. Estrella goes for the dive, ignores the bunker, and we'll get an SCV.
Yeah, just trying to pick off some stuff here. Ooh, that Stalker is so low. Might as well call him Han. He's so low.
Oh no.
Oh, you're so welcome for that one.
There you go. There you go. I mean, Estrella, he does shoot first.
Yeah, that makes sense.
There you go.
That makes sense with his ball play. He always shoots first.
No, yeah, he's always the first to shoot. He's never
Banshee
sorry.
comes in here. There's no shield batteries here, so this one Banshee is just gonna go ahead and get 5 kills before going down. Kind of nice.
Yeah, 5 workers go down. Again, the probe count here of Estrella has taken quite a blow over the course of this game, and Clem is still just chilling back at home, building up his army. Stim, combat shields is about to finish up, and Clem will soon move out.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice move-out timing here for Clem. That being said, 1-1 is on the way for Estrella. Charge is about to finish up. If he can finish up that 1-1 before any big fights happen, I think Estrella will be in an okay spot.
Yeah, and he does spot the move out, so he's going to be able to try to slow this down as best he can. We have reinforcements on the way. Estrella going for a very gateway-heavy composition. No Colossus, no Disruptors. It's purely Stalkers and Charge Lots, which can work well, especially if we can cash the army out on the map. That's a big if, though, as Estrella, he does put up his forces.
Yeah, I don't know. He's got a lot of Stalkers and Zealots moving over to the left-hand side, but he's going to need those back in a fight here fairly soon. Clem is hitting the high ground over by this third base. Only one siege tank here. He's got some more units spilling in with this. That is a lot of very powerful bio right now for Clem.
Yeah, a lot of bio. We do see Estrella coming in from behind. The Charge Lot's going to be collapsing on the army. Widowmine's a little bit late to siege. The tank is going to go down.
Yeah, this is a really nice engagement for Estrella as he tries to get on top of this. Some more reinforcements show up for Clem, but that 1-1 finishing for Estrella as well. Right on time, and he's going to be able to push this away without too much issue. And because we don't have a third CC for Clem, right? Like, I'm not crazy. He is very committed on 2 bases right now.
Oh yeah, very committed. I mean, that was a beautiful surround set up there by Estrella. He's moving out across the map. Likewise, he's also prone to being sandwiched as well, so Estrella has to be careful, but at the same time, Clem is a bit out of position. The bunker is going to fall. Zealots are busting into the main, into the natural even.
Yeah, and they're getting on top of a lot of these reinforcements, just taking really nice trades in there. Clem will come back to try to clean this up, but Estrella even taking a good fight just against this main army here. And those Zealots still being so annoying in the natural.
Yeah, and Estrella
will finally clean them up, but I mean, this is nice for Estrella.
It really is. He will be pulling back, but he was able to deal damage, able to force back the main army. And Estrella, he's crazy. He's going for the center base.
I've literally never seen anybody take this base on this map.
Oh my god.
He is crazy.
His feet, they're so big.
They're so big, dude. My god. Never seen anybody with feet like this before.
He's crazy as once again he throws down the force field to engage with the army. Now this army is getting quite low for Estrella, so he has to calm things down, but really, no, he ramps it up as he warps in right into the main.
Oh my god, a huge warp and a Zealots here. And this is not super cost efficient for Estrella, but he's against the 2-base Clem, so he doesn't have to be super cost efficient. He's just got to keep trimming off units, trimming off SCVs, pulling them out of position, keeping them back. The longer he does this, the better it is for Estrella. He's got more of the map in his favor here. He's been mining a lot from this third base, and soon he's going to have this partial gold out in the center.
Oh yeah, the hybrid base soon to be under control of Estrella. Meanwhile, the Prism comes back in. You mentioned it, right? The whole position micro here in the mineral line. SCVs are going down. Workers at Clem cannot afford to lose. And Estrella just getting further and further ahead here, at least in the economy. You do have some drop play coming in, but Estrella, he's in position.
Oh, he almost kills that medevac, but Clem does get out of there. These 2 spotter pylons helping him out quite a bit, and Estrella mined out some of these minerals too, so he can get down here and actually push this away. Thank God that drop almost died.
Almost went down, and now Clem, he's committed now. What is scary here, even though Clem is all in and Clem has been struggling with his economy, look at the supplies here. Look at the army supplies specifically. Clem has a massive army to work with. It's all or nothing. He still has potential to end the game with this push.
Oh my god, but look at those upgrades. 2-2 finishing for Estrella. He's just 3 full upgrades ahead. Even down that army supply. This is gonna be kind of do or die here for Clem. He is so far behind in just about every regard. But Estrella has to take a beautiful fight. There's so many Widow Mines, and he's very Zealot heavy right now. This third base might go down, but Estrella's gonna pull the trigger. He's gonna try to get in there. The Widow Mines, though, doing so much damage. More Zealots and Stalkers showing up. Can Estrella actually push this back?
We pinned back the army. The mine shots were pretty good. The boys were being pulled as well, and Clem will hold the line, but he lost the minefield. The Widow Mine count was completely reset. Clem can no longer engage head-on here with Estrella, and Clem has no idea that Estrella is not on 3 bases, he's on 4 bases.
Yeah, Clem just doesn't know about this middle base over here, and that might give him a false sense of security, like, oh, it's okay. That third base, he just lost a bunch of probes at it, right? And maybe it's not too bad for me. No, it's pretty bad. Oh, and Zealot's counterattack. This is a huge Zealot counterattack coming in here. Widow Mines should be able to get some decent shots off. This is still going to delay the third a little bit. SCV's getting pulled to fight. Oh my god, but he found the 4th base.
Yeah, he found the hybrid base here. Does take some shots off. The Nexus will barely survive, but the army's in position. Estrella does warp in, does focus on the medevacs, and it looks like Estrella, he will save and hold on to the ninja base.
Yeah, which is crucial, but Clem knowing about it makes it a lot harder for Estrella to hold on to this moving forward. He might have to take a regular 4th base here pretty soon.
Wanted to be fancy, maybe forced to expand elsewhere, but here we go. We collapse once again. GG gets called, and Estrella takes a lead.
He sure does. That's a good start for Estrella. All right. Hey, you called an Estrella victory.
I mean, to be
looking
fair,
good so far.
You also said that Estrella was going to take a game as well. You know, to be fair, you know, you also did call.
I did. To be fair.
But that's a big start here for Estrella, able to punish the aggression of Clem. As you pointed out earlier on, Clem was going for a 2-base win, was hyper committed, and it was impressive that Estrella was able to defend against the first wave, despite having a really rough start. Remember, Estrella, he was bleeding out a lot of probes early on to the Banshee harass, to the first drop as well. Like, that was not an easy start for Estrella, but he still was able to stabilize nonetheless.
Yeah, really good hold of the 2-base all-in. I gotta say, I'm never a fan of 2-base all-ins in TVP. It feels strange to me that Clem pulled that out after just looking so good against Skillus in not 2-base all-ins.
Yeah, Clem, you know, taking a different approach here, arguably an unnecessary one, or maybe there's something behind that. You know, maybe he respects and even fears Estrella, you know, trying to avoid a later game. I agree, 2-base play, I mean, it can be quite effective in this matchup, but I'm so used to seeing 2-base all-ins where you pull the boys, you know, where you like double down and you just send that Pappy, and we didn't quite get that.
Yeah, that's true. Is it really a 2-base all-in if the boys aren't getting pulled?
Yeah.
You know?
What's going on? The boys, you're leaving them hanging.
Yeah.
Pull them back.
They want to fight too.
Like, dude.
What, you run out of Marines? They're in the rear with the gear.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
gotta pull them.
You have to. And without him, I mean, how can you take a game?
I mean, clearly you can't. As down 0-1 in this series, after not pulling the boys for a 2-base all-in, it is Team Liquid's Clem, spawning in the upper left side of Golden Aura.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player. The Blue Protoss leading the series 1-0, representing Virtus Pro. It is Estrella.
All right, Golden Aura, what are we going to see on this game?
Ooh.
On this map?
Okay. Golden Aura, I would say shorter rush distance compared to Amphion. But at the same time, after we just saw a 2-base all-in fail from Clem, we're not going to see it again, right?
I don't think so. But we'll also got to keep in mind, you did mention this, it's like 4 a.m. in France. So the 2-base all-in might have been, let's just close this one out quick either way. You know? Sometimes you got to make that decision.
Yeah, true. That you know what? I would stand by you, and I would 100% agree with that. If Clem wasn't known for being a little bit of a degen, and like even
that's true.
It is like it's like 5-6 a.m. in the morning for a regular person, but for Clem, it's the middle of the day, right? Like he's
That's true. This is not his first rodeo. Which I feel like is an appropriate saying for the EPT Cup Americas.
True. He's been to many a rodeo.
Many a rodeo. Have you ever been to a rodeo?
I have no idea what that is. Okay, when I think of rodeo, I think of of like cowboy hats and like fair food, right? It's just
both
it's just
accurate. You're nailing it so far.
Yeah.
It's not just a fair. No.
Okay.
Very specifically, a rodeo will have. It's usually in like a little outdoor stadium kind of area, and you have like bull riding, and then they'll do like calf roping where they send out little calves and they have a competition to see who can use the lasso the best and lasso the calf, and there's other stuff. And yeah, you eat crappy fair food, and wear your cowboy hats.
See, you say
it's a rodeo.
You say crappy fair food. I say American cuisine, Bobby. I say
they are one and the same.
As we're going for a proxy Void Ray, by the way. This build has made a resurgence as of late, and Estrella's going to spice things up, I imagine, with some proxy shield batteries as well.
Yes, I love this so much. Estrella's my hero. Speaking of a rodeo right now, Clem's trying to ride the bull, and he's just got to hold on. If he can make it, to a certain point in this game, he'll be okay. But the Void Ray's diving in really far. The Cyclone is about to pop, and this Void Ray is right on top of it.
Boys are being pulled. They go for the mash repair on the Cyclone. Is it going to be enough? It's going to be close, but with the physical alignment of the Cyclone, it goes down.
Oh my god, I thought repair was good. Can we get a repair buff, please?
True. We need the overcharge repair if you will. Void Ray is going to go down, though. Estrella does overextend. Shield batteries are on the way. A little bit of sleep at the wheel there.
Yeah, what was he doing? Those Marines popping out. Granted, there is another Void Ray here, but 3 Marines can be made at a time. Cyclone is about 2/3 of the way done. However, shield batteries are finishing up right now as well, and that's going to make this so much better for Estrella as this next Cyclone is about to pop. He's got to micro it backwards.
Yeah, it does have
to get the lock on. There it is. That's nice.
Gets the lock on. Lock on is broken. We do see the Void Ray. Okay, does not commit. Pulls back to the safety of the shield batteries. The additional Void Rays are on the way. We're not going for a starport response. Bear that in mind. It's going to be Mass Marine with Cyclone. So bold move here out of Clem so far. He is holding on. And we'll see if Estrella can bust in once again as he's now up to 2 Void Rays.
Yeah, I think he's going to try to maybe take down... Oh, he's just going for it. Never mind. I thought he was going to play this conservatively. No, he wants to kill that Cyclone and kill these Marines. The Adept even coming in to help. But this Void Ray is getting so low. Oh my god.
The Void Ray...
Stalker is here as well.
It barely does escape the Stalker back self, and the Void Ray is being hunted down, by the way. Clem is on the hunt, and it looks like he's going to come across the Void Ray. Up.
Ooh, I think he's got it. There it goes. The last shot connects and kills it. Estrella being a little bit, I might venture to say, sloppy with these Void Rays.
A little bit sloppy, a little bit adventurous, but can he still pull this off? I mean, we still have Void Rays. We have still been resetting the Cyclone count at least, but the Void Rays taking a lot of damage. Once again, another Cyclone has arrived. Clem, he is barely holding on, just ensuring that the Void Ray count just never gets out of hand.
Yeah, and these shield batteries, they can do so much healing, but the Marine count is starting to get up there a little bit more, and that's helping Clem out quite a bit to out-DPS these shield batteries, which are running pretty low on juice.
Yeah, the shield batteries are running out of that juice. We do pull back to help to allow for the Stalkers to help support the main army. Marines are going down. We're now back up to another Void Ray, but now the shield batteries are under fire.
Yeah, and this is a real problem for Estrella right now. Without that healing, he cannot contest with this many Marines and these two Cyclones. And I think Clem might have successfully held here.
Yeah,
he rode the bull long enough. The bull got tired.
The bull has been tamed. We bleed out another Void Ray, and with that, Clem, he is breaking out. He's breaking free. Estrella sure he's still maintaining his own Void Ray production. He does have a decent Stalker count to support. There is no bunker. We can actually work our way through these Marines.
Yeah, I mean, the Marine count is getting pretty low here as the one Cyclone, a second Cyclone does pop down. Stalkers don't have Blink, though, which I feel like is not ideal here for Estrella. Void Ray is going to try to draw the army up while the Stalkers work on the SCVs in the command center down here.
Yeah, the Void Rays, well, they barely do survive. They barely get the hell out of there. Meanwhile, SCVs are going down on the low ground. Damage is still being done, and that Marine count is not too high, but the reinforcements are coming in. Cyclone goes down.
Ooh. Estrella is making this look possible when I thought for sure he was dead. Shield battery heals up a little bit of those shields as the two Void Rays come back over. There's another Void Ray about to pop. Oh, that's another dead Void Ray, though. Prismatic alignment, not going to let that one get away. And there is a Viking out now. These Void Rays, their days feel like they're numbered.
They are numbered. We still have two Void Rays up against two Cyclones, a Viking, and some Bio as well. Stim is halfway done. Bear that in mind. That's going to be a big power spike for Clem. Meanwhile, we do go for the dive once again.
Oh, he's going to get the Viking. He's going to get one of the Cyclones, but the other Cyclone stays alive. A Widow Mine hits the Stalkers, and I don't think these four Stalkers can do it. Estrella, he's down to 10, 8 army supply right now. The shield batteries, there's one that has some juice in it. I don't know. It's not looking too good here for Estrella.
Yeah, it's been close. It's been very close. We've been bleeding out far too many Void Rays over the course of this game, and we just don't have enough momentum. Clem is breaking out. He's breaking through. Void Ray does come in for a flank, but alas, cannot engage with the main army. Shield batteries are helping support, though. Oh, my God.
Close, but no cigar. Void Ray stays alive, but it's not going to be enough. Estrella just taps out as Clem's able to retake that base.
GG.
Holds on against the Voids.
That was a wild game.
that was. I love that Estrella pulled out a proxy Void Ray against Clem. God.
And
I remember when Max would do that to Clem like every week. He'd hit him with a couple proxy Void builds.
Oh yeah, there was definitely a dark time in the history of StarCraft where this was the meta, and we saw a lot of this back in the day.
It really was.
So it's great to see a bit of a resurgence, and again, Estrella, he almost made it work as well, right? He was so close to breaking Clem, but again, we did overextend one too many times, bled out of Void Ray one too many times. Now we find ourselves in a tied-up series, but I want to believe that Estrella, he's got more builds like this up his sleeve. You know, that was like a wild start, and hey, it almost worked.
It did. It got pretty dicey there for Clem, but I think Estrella got a little too bold with those Void Rays. I do hope we see some more shenanigans in this match.
I hope so as well, as we're getting into our next game. We're tied up 1-1. This could still go either way, but with this next game, one of these two players will gain momentum and will gain a lead in the series.
That is true. That is how... Well, unless it's a draw.
True.
Could be a draw.
True. Could be a draw.
That'd be fun. We don't get many of those.
We don't. We don't.
All right. Well, hopefully it is a draw, just to keep things spicy here. Spawning in the upper left-hand corner of Oceanborn. This is game number 3. We have Team Liquid's Clem.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss player. The blue Protoss representing Team Virtus Pro. It is Estrella. So, have you been to a rodeo before? And have you ridden a bull?
I have been to a rodeo a few times. I have not ridden a bull.
Okay.
It would be fun to try the bull riding machines that they have. I would be down to try that.
Okay.
But I enjoy not being in pain, so I would not try to ride a bull. That's one of those things that, like, it's really hard, and you were probably gonna get really hurt.
Definitely. I mean, I have seen the machines, right? The bull machines that you can hop on. And that always looks like a good amount of fun.
I've never actually been to a place that had one of those.
Oh, okay. I see.
Funnily enough.
They don't have them like lined up at a rodeo. I feel like that'd be like a selling point, right?
I'm sure some rodeos have them. I haven't been to a rodeo in probably 15 to 20 years, so
okay.
I don't remember. I certainly was not old enough at the time to have ridden one.
Fair enough. But
I wonder if any bars around here have one.
We just saw Clem attempt, and hey, he pulled it off. Able to ride that bull.
That's right. Yeah. Honestly, I would pay so much money to see Clem try a bull riding machine. How do we get Take TV to put that in the next Home Story Cup?
I was about
because
to
imagine if they had a bull riding machine.
Yeah.
Imagine all the players trying the bull riding machine.
Right. That's the thing that we're all really want and missing out of like an NA Home Story Cup is the fact that there's so much like NA stuff that you can do, right? Whether it's bull riding, whether it's, I don't know, like even like the fair food as well, like having the players indulge and have to suffer through that, right? Like, like I don't know, it sounds like a lot of fun. Like there's a lot of potential.
I like this idea a lot. You get some good old barbecue.
Yeah.
I want to see, you know what? We've seen Gabe make a pizza. Let's see Gabe man the barbecue station.
Yeah.
You know, I want to see him on the grill.
Yeah.
I want to see how he handles himself. Not with the 3 racks in game, but with 3 racks of ribs on the grill.
Exactly.
Because I know he could do it. You know, he would nail it.
It'd be
but
beautiful.
That's good content right there.
Yeah, off to the side, you'd have like a deep fryer where you can just like put anything in there, you know, like anything and everything needs to be put in before you put it in your mouth, has to be deep fried as well.
Yeah, just deep fry it. Oh, what are you eating? Just deep fry it. Stick of butter, deep fry it.
Exactly.
Snickers bar, you know what to do with it.
Yeah. Put it in, Bobby. Put it in.
Just put it in. That's what I say before I just gorge myself with food.
Oh, no.
Snickers bar, put it in. Slice of pizza, put it in.
We'll make it happen. We'll get in touch with Tate. It'll be beautiful.
Yeah, I think we can do it.
As we're settling in, and we do have a Clem being a little bit cheeky, but we have caught the proxy. It was a proxy Hellion drop into the main base, but alas, it looks like the Hellions that will get in. Phoenix is a little bit too late to the party here, and can we get into the mineral line? Oh.
Ooh, that's really dicey. Probe puts down a pylon, but a couple of these Hellions will make it back. The Phoenix is just trying to lift all 3 of these Hellions right now, but they'll eventually drop them. 8 probes going down. Oh, this is so painful for Estrella.
Yeah, 3 Hellions, they one-shot probes, and 13 workers go down. Ay. We found the proxy, but we're trying to shut it down, but alas, Estrella just barely couldn't do so in time. And Clem suddenly takes a worker lead.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of damage. I've definitely seen some Hellion drops that have just gotten stomped by some Phoenixes, but Estrella, I think, going for the Medivacs just to let those Hellions get right on in there.
Yeah, exactly. Did allow them to bust in, and now we have to counterattack. The pressure is on Estrella. He gets not quite an SCV. Phoenix bleeds off as well in the main base. Not the best start here for Estrella. He's at least containing his opponent, but there's so much pressure on our Protoss player to get some damage done.
Yeah, I mean, he really needed to get some counter damage here, and instead the exact opposite has happened. He's managed to kill 1 SCV for a Phoenix. That is not a good trade.
Not the best trade. We are getting more SCVs in the main base, so we're recovering. We're making up for our earlier losses, but still 4 SCV kills is still not enough. It's a good start, though, for Estrella.
It's better than nothing. Any little bits of damage you can get here is gonna be it's gonna be something. It's gonna help Estrella get back into this a little bit. He is putting down a Twilight Council, so it feels like he wants to go for like a Phoenix Charge kind of build.
Yeah, okay, so we're not entering Phoenix Colossus territory, not at least in this game, so as you mentioned, looks like it should be Charge. Alas, Blink Stalkers do have the same role as Phoenixes, so we don't typically pair one with the other, and the Phoenixes are looking for more damage, but alas, this time Clem is in position.
Yeah, he's doing a good job getting set up for the defense now. What's the Phoenix count up to? 6 Phoenixes. Pretty substantial amount.
Yeah, not a bad count here from Estrella, and he's at least containing, right? He's containing Clem, he's keeping him pinned to 2 bases, even trying to camp the starport if at all possible as well. So nice movement out of Estrella, and he's just buying time to recover and to settle into his 3-base economy.
Yeah, I think this is a really important part of the role of Phoenixes for Estrella, right? Keep the opponent back, keep them defensive. You know, Clem can't just freely go for any drops right now. That's a very dangerous proposition, so just got to stay at home and defend, and I think Clem's still in an okay spot, but this like you said, it helps Estrella get a little more situated on his side of the map.
Yeah, exactly. We can see that Clem is not going for a 2-base all-in. That is a 3rd CC in the back line, so he is building up towards a longer game. So there's no 2-base shenanigans happening, at least this time from the side of Clem, and he will eventually break out. We can see Estrella being very careful with his movement, hasn't lost another Phoenix yet.
Oh, there's Widow Mine, though. As you say that, Estrella says, okay, well, I will curse this caster. He's definitely listening.
True. And Clem is moving out across the map. We do force a recall. Phoenixes did make it back home just in time. There's a Shibari, there's Nova Charge, but Clem has broken out, and we'll get eyes on the 4th base. Clem won't quite be able to commit, though.
Yeah, Clem decides to back up. Feels like there's enough here for Estrella. Estrella did his job. Kept Clem back home long enough to get his army up. Clem is still posturing out here on the map, getting some reinforcements over, and we do see the army supply for Clem is quite a bit higher than for Estrella.
Yeah, again, because that economic damage, Estrella is still been recovering. That has impacted the overall army, and we'll see if Estrella can pick away at this army. It looks like he does catch 2 Widow Mines. Ooh, for a Phoenix, not the worst trade for Estrella.
Could be worse. Could be worse. Could be better.
Yeah.
Killing the Widow Mines is nice. He is going to be quite zealot heavy here. 16 zealots on the ground. Just 1 adept and 1 sentry to help him out. Is he just going for a counterattack?
Yeah.
He's just running in. Oh my God, Estrella, he's a madman. He's gonna pick up more Widow Mines and he's just diving in for the counterattack, trying to pull Clem all the way home.
Yeah, he catches a lot of reinforcements. More Widow Mines going to be going down. We shut down so many of them. The Zealots, they bust into the natural, and it's going to be a one-way trip for the Zealots. They do get into the mineral line. SCVs are going down, and we're playing quite an amount of time here for Estrella to just rebuild back at home.
Yeah, he didn't get nearly as many SCVs as I'd expected him to, but I feel like he did okay against the army with all those reinforcements being split up. Killed a lot of Widow Mines. 11 Widow Mines have died in this game already, which feels like so many. And the Phoenixes are still roaming around. Only 1 or 2 have gone down since that very first one we saw. He's done a great job keeping the Phoenix count up. They've been a really crucial part of this game.
Yeah, honestly, this was some really nice movement out of Estrella, right? He forced back the army, he traded well against it, he was able to buy time to allow Estrella to get up and running. Once again, we pick off the Widow Mines, crisp control out of Estrella.
Yeah, he recognizes how important those are in the defense against this many Zealots for Clem, and he's just going to focus them down every time. It's really, really nice.
Yeah, that allows the Zealots to be as efficient as possible, and now Clem, he's forced to back off. Remember, he was in the midst of pushing out, and that move out would have shut down the 4th. 100%! But now suddenly, Clem, instead, he's back at home and he's stuck defending.
Yeah, really nice strategic play from Estrella. It's the kind of stuff he excels at, I think. Is just being really annoying, backstabbing when you're not expecting it. I can't believe he just ran the Zealots across the map. Kind of insane.
Just send it, Papi, and it worked out. It was beautiful.
It did, yeah. It's a good strat. You guys should do that in your ladder games.
Yeah. Against Chicken Man specifically, so we can take your ladder points.
Definitely, with all that Terran StarCraft I've been playing lately.
Yeah. You playing Terran?
Ooh. I haven't been playing StarCraft at all, so.
Okay.
I've been playing exactly as much Terran as I have Zerg and Protoss.
Facts. There you go.
Yeah.
True.
Does Battle Aces count as Terran?
As Clemmy finally breaks out, finally breaks free. Back in it, we have some splash damage though. We have Colossus, we have Immortals, as they dive on the army. The Wintermind's a little bit too far back here to come into play. Picking up Ghost, not a bad trade initially, and we do force friendly fire.
Yeah, friendly fire was nice. I don't know if it'll be enough though. Those fake Archons trying to tank while they can, but Estrella losing all the Zealots and losing all the Phoenixes puts them in a tough spot.
Yeah, as there's barely an army here. Sure, we have some high-tech units, but we have no support. As Clem, it looks like he's looking to overwhelm this army. Takes down the Zealots, takes down the Sentries, and GG gets called. Clem will take a 2-1 lead in the series.
He sure will. Some nice moves there from Estrella, but I feel like Clem just was in such a good spot after that Hellion drop, right? It was Estrella was fighting from behind the whole rest of the game and wasn't quite able to make it up.
Yeah, I mean, StarCraft can be really brutal like that, right? It's like damage done early on just has such a compounding effect on the game, and it's just so difficult to recover. It was, what, like 13 probe kills early on? It was just an insane amount of damage, almost an entire mineral line, and yeah, just a really strong start for Clem.
Yep, and now Clem, he's on match point.
Oh, he is on match point. 1 game away from proving Chickenman correct. You called the 3-1.
Right. My prediction is it's looking pretty good right now. It's not guaranteed.
No,
Trey could pull it back.
Yeah, I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping we can bring it back here, but the pressure is now on. And Strayed needs to win this game to force that ace match. And yeah, we'll see what kind of map we load into. We'll see what our plans are like. So far, we have had quite a varying amount of different builds. Like, we haven't quite seen 2 games the same in this series so far.
Yeah, and I like that Clem's throwing some stuff at Estrella that tells me he's a little bit worried about just letting Estrella have his side of the map, right? With the 2 base all in game 1 and then Hellion drop in the last game. He wants to disrupt Estrella's plans, which I think is a smart move.
Yeah. Does want to get a bit of a leg up early on, and we'll see if we can do so here as we're loading into our next game. We have our lobby of choice. We have our map. It is going to be Alcyone once again.
Indeed. Alcyone, huh?
Yeah. What do you call it? What do you call it?
I go with Alcyone.
Alcyone. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't embrace the Al Capone?
No, I don't embrace the Al Capone, but now that you've said that, I kind of wish I did.
Okay.
I wasn't aware of the Al Capone Alcyone action. So I'm learning now.
Okay. Fair enough. As we're getting into potentially our final game of the series and spawning in the top right-hand corner of our map, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem.
And his opponent in the lower left, the true American representing Virtus Pro, it is Estrella.
Go. And how was the SC2 Safe House, by the way? I was able to tune in for most of it. But yeah, how was the experience? Coming together. I think there are plans for like a second SC2 Safe House as well, right?
I believe those plans are they do exist.
Oh, okay.
It probably wouldn't be for a while.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was so much fun, just hanging out with everybody, having a good time. Some of the most fun I've ever had doing StarCraft related things. Yeah, it was great.
Was that your first time meeting up with everyone, or did you all meet up beforehand at Dallas or in other NA events as well?
Other than, so I hadn't met Nate, and I hadn't met Ask Joshi, but everybody else, I think we had all. I had met everybody else for sure.
Yeah.
I think everybody else had seen each other in various events. Zergirl used to live in Seattle.
Oh.
So, like, she's come up and visited a couple times since I've lived here. Yeah. Various events and things.
It's really
cool. It's just nice to see everybody and hang out, have a good time, play some games, and cast a bunch of StarCraft. It was really cool talking to Ask Joshi, who's, you know, an OG. He had stories from 2010, you know?
Yeah, it's really cool to hear. I think he also helped out when it came to some of the memorabilia. Potentially.
Oh yeah, he brought like a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
I have a card pack somewhere that he gave me.
Oh, let's go. Is that a
Yeah,
WCS
some, like,
card pack?
Yeah, it's like old school. It was good. It was good.
Yeah,
I don't remember who was in the card pack. We opened a bunch of them, but I'm stoked on it.
Yeah. It's so cool to see. Again, especially like with people, you know, from back in the day, like the NA scene is not quite the same as it once was, but it's cool to see everyone coming together as well. Like the potential to grow the event, even have like a live audience as well, maybe, or like have it open.
That would be so cool. I would love that. Oh, nice recall. Nice recall.
Yeah, we do manage to get away. Okay.
Yeah, talk about this game a little bit. Sometimes the audience likes when we do that.
Sometimes.
Yeah, Estrella being a little cheeky with a couple of units there, but Clem pushes them away with the Cyclones. Got Blink coming up behind this. That was a big delay on that CC for Clem.
Yeah, that was a nice delay here from Estrella, going to be able to get some economic damage done, at the same time going towards Blink. Meanwhile, Clem is going to be looking to try and punish this by moving out with these Cyclones. Adepts are going to be able to keep up, and it looks like we should be able to shut down at least one of the Cyclones.
Ooh. I mean, he'll get it with the shade, right? Oh my god, he stopped moving them. Oh no! Bit of miss micro there, Clem.
Yeah, we do
be able to get away with it.
Yeah, he survives with the Cyclone, shuts down the Adepts, punishes the Stalker as well. Now suddenly Estray's in a bit of trouble here. These three Cyclones gonna be able to apply even more pressure, moving out across the map. But it looks like we have to respect these Adepts, and the Cyclones themselves are quite low. It looks like we should be able to deny this aggression and calm down a little bit.
Yeah, I think if Clem really tried to commit, he would pretty much guarantee to lose those. But if he brings them home now, he can just repair them up. Repair is really good. I think we need a nerf to repair, honestly.
It's not the first time you brought it up in this cast. I can hear the Protoss inside you coming out, fam. I can hear it.
It's too overpowered, you know.
You're like, look, I understand overcharge, but really, we can't heal whole damage, right? We only heal shields. It's not the same. It's not fair. True.
Yeah. I mean, Protoss healing is very different.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to talk about transfuse, that's a whole nother thing. At least repair costs money.
Exactly.
Transfuse, you can put it on autocast.
Yeah, it's for free. It's for free.
For free.
Crazy.
Not fair. Not fair. No wonder Zergs win everything.
Let's not talk about the fact that overcharge is a cooldown ability that's also for free. But let's talk about that.
You know what? I'll talk about it when Protoss wins a major tournament.
Let's go. Oh my god.
Oh god. I love pretending to balance one.
We do it all the time as well. I don't know if we have another duckling called Asher Bro. He's dubbed the Terran apologist. He's always willing to jump in and simp a little bit for the Terrans. It's good.
I mean, somebody's got to do it. You know,
True.
Most Terrans don't whine or complain at all.
True. Yeah,
So,
they're not.
you know, somebody's got to be in there arguing for them.
Yeah. So if you don't cry for them, who will?
Yes. I've never seen a Terran cry before in my life.
Oh god. So we are going to be settling in. Now we have Clem going for a double drop here towards the base. And meanwhile, Estrella going right for the gold. Not even expanding naturally here either. So a risky move here out of Estrella.
It's a bold move, Cotton. We'll see if it works out for him. Clem comes in with a double drop. Estrella is clearly not ready for that at all. He's going to use Recall, that really not busted ability, to get immediately back to his base to defend. We'll push this away, but loses a big important Artosis pylon and 8 probes for that. And now on the way home, I think Clem's probably going to scout that gold base.
Yeah, Clem hasn't seen it yet, but now he will. He gets eyes on the warp in. He hasn't seen it yet. He has spotted the Nexus completely. He's fully aware of what's going on. Can soon move out to try and punish it. Third TC's on the way for Clem, but Estrella is being active. He does shut down the drop.
Oh. Yeah, that was a nice catch there. punishes Clem for keeping that drop around for a little bit too long, but Clem, he is rallying units across the map. And he's got that third CC behind this, but he does need to get some damage done. I mean, Estrella's been sitting on 3 bases for a long time. Estrella going to try to find this in the middle of the map here, diving forward, but the Widow Mines will send him back for now.
Yeah, the mine shots are insane. Clem, he does hold the line. He's getting within range of the base. Meanwhile, Estrella able to warp in, able to reinforce on the front lines, able to hold the line for the time being. And I think what's really important here, or what's interesting about this base as well, is it's out on the right-hand side. Even if Clem breaks this base, it's not like it's like defending any backup bases either. Like Estrella, he's freely mining from his third base. Like his economy is still looking quite strong.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like positionally, even killing that gold base for Clem, it doesn't net him like a next thing to push towards. He's just kind of out in the open then. So that's really nice for Estrella. Oh my God, there's so many Widow Mines in these games. Clem is just, he's Widow Mine man over here.
Yeah, the mines are insane. Clem reinforcing the central map. At the same time, Estrella, he does bypass the main army. He goes around the long way, and his goal here is to try to catch reinforcements and catch Clem out of position.
Yeah, he's doing it again, man, and he's going to pull Clem all the way back with that main army. Now, is he going to commit into the natural? Looks like he's going to send the Zealots forward and then pull back with the Stalkers in that sentry. Oh, even pulling back the Zealots now.
Yeah, it does pull away the Zealots. He still has a couple of reinforcing or wreaking havoc in the main mineral line. More Zealots are going to be coming in. How good are the mine shots going to be?
Not great to start off with. Good splits there from Estrella. These Zealots in the natural are still being annoying. They're finally going to get cleaned up there before getting too much SCV damage. But all this has pulled the pressure off of Estrella, who's now mining from his gold base.
There we go. He's fully saturated at the gold. Clem is aware of this. He's going for the drop across the map, wants to try and punish, but Estrella does go for a defensive warp in. He is in position, does pull back home, and will be able to keep this, or at least should be able to keep the base up and running as he does pull away.
Bit of an F2 there, maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
That's it. Setting everything around. That drop might actually cause some damage now.
If Hero can F2, then Estrella can F2. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Listen, F2 is a good button. Good button to have. Well, the Marines are going to come in here. No shield battery or anything to try to help them out. The Zealots ran away. Stalker's a little too far to blink underneath that medevac.
A little bit too far away, but we are able to at least maintain our gold at the same time, drop into the main. Reinforcements, or at least production, is going to be enough to keep up with the Zealots. Zealots are cleaned up at the same time. Estrella pushing in towards a third.
Yeah, this is some really nice aggression from Estrella. Clem kind of caught in the natural between the harassment and this push at the front, and just a little bit of damage here and there. But again, Estrella's got the gold base behind this. A lot of this is just keeping that pressure off of him. Clem's got the drop in here. Looks like he's going to try to get something done with it.
Yeah,
Estrella is not really in position to deal with that just yet.
Yeah, I'm sure Clem may be hoping there was another base on the way. He will pick up a pylon and depowers a handful or even one gateway, and he does at least distract Estrella, bring him all the way back home. At the same time, Zealots are wreaking havoc in the main, and another Zealot run by being set up towards the natural.
Yeah, the Widow Mines. Estrella sees the Widow Mines and just is like, nope, I'm not doing that one. Turns out 4 Widow Mines is pretty good against Zealots.
It's just a lot of mines. It's a lot of mines.
And it looks like Clem's going to try to take a 4th base here. Estrella is going to have to expand more. He's taking the 6 o'clock base.
I think
yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, he's saving that one for later.
True.
He's saving it for later. You know, you have like a box of chocolates and your favorite one is in the middle, and you're saving it for later, and that's Estrella. That's his favorite base.
Exactly.
And he just wants to hold on to it. You know, he'll take that later. That's his 6th base.
Exactly. You know, he just wants to hold on here to a later game. And I mean, honestly, it's smart, right? If we can expand elsewhere, then may as well mine through those bases. We're thinking further ahead. You know, Estrella, he's just thinking big picture here.
He knows that later in the game, Clem's going to kill a few of his bases and leave him on 3 bases. But one of those is going to be fresh because it'll be his 8th base.
Yeah.
And it'll be that one right there. Yeah, and he'll be able to mine fully from a full mining base.
You know, a lot of people...
This is going to come back. Estrella's going to tie this series up because of that base.
A lot of people, they praise Estrella. Even we kind of fell into that hole as well, you know, about his big feet. It's true, he does have big feet, but he's also got a big brain. A big head.
Yeah. They go hand in hand. And you know what else he has a big of?
What?
A big one of? Heart. He's got a big heart.
Oh, yeah.
He's a very sweet guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wholesome.
Yeah.
Wholesome.
He's full of holes.
Okay. Excuse me.
Estrella posturing outside the bases of Clem here, trying to keep him distracted, keep him back home.
Yeah, he's keeping him busy.
Clem's got a good Viking count out now.
Yeah, the Viking count is looking solid, especially against the Colossus count of Estrella. Meanwhile, we do get the Prism into the main. Estrella, unfortunately, is maxed out, so he cannot warp in as we have reached max supply. So a little bit awkward for the Prism.
That is the funniest thing in the world. He just like sets up the warp prism. Like, I can warp in one zealot at a time. All right.
Less than ideal, but at the same time, we collapse in on left hand side. The force fields, they lock down the army.
That is so sick from Estrella. Drawing him in with the prism, hitting him with the zealots at the third, and then coming in here with some beautiful force fields to trim off a lot of that bio. That being said, it didn't go nearly as well as I expected it to. And Estrella drops down 30 supply behind Clem.
Yeah, he does bleed out a lot of zealots. At least it was, you know, a bit of a cheaper army that he did lose. He has retained most of his high-tech units, but as you mentioned, Clem does hold SimCity working against Estrella as well, and Clem is going to be able to recover here. At the same time, Estrella working towards disruptors. We spoke about it earlier, but his bulls, they're coming out.
Yeah, finally, after all this time. I mean, he's been really, you know, playing with, keeping us on edge about making those balls. Yeah, really teasing us with the balls. But they're finally here now. And we're going to see if Clem's got the splits ready for those balls. The first one comes in. Oh, my! A huge shot! Oh, the first one, he just empties the balls right into Clem. And Clem eats a massive shot there.
Yeah.
That is a quick start for Estrella.
Right into the face at the same time. Massive orbit into the main base as well. Clem out of position.
So many zealots!
Getting pulled apart here in the main at the same time. Main army has to be pulling back. Zealots are getting a lot of damage on. 14 SCVs go down.
I mean, this is Estrella now running over Clem right here. Clem has been just stuck at home this entire game. Estrella's aggression just constantly keeping him back. And Estrella is finally taking his favorite base as the 6th. So as he's wreaking havoc among Clem's 4 bases, he's going up to his 6th base. He's on 82 workers to the 60 SCVs. He's got so many balls out.
Yeah.
And he's just causing such a problem for Clem.
I mean, you can just feel the frustrations being vented here by Estrella. You know, he's been teasing and edging for so long, and finally he lets it all out, and boy, oh boy, does it come out. Nova's going to be going up.
It's all coming out right now. There are so many balls here just emptying onto Clem right now. Clem's doing a great job dodging the shots, but can he do this forever? Oh, there's a recall. What is this recall?
Oh,
I guess it works.
Yeah,
all right, recall's pretty good.
We barely save all the disruptors. Not a single one goes out. Impressive stuff there out of Estrella. At the same time, Zealots are wreaking havoc. They were cleaned up. Clem is taking another base, though. He is still holding his own. Clem, he's not out of this yet.
No, he's continuing to expand, which, speaking of which, Estrella's got 2 Nexuses on the way, so he's taking every base on his side of the map while he can. And he's going to just keep that pressure on. It looks like splitting his army, sending some up towards the top side, some down towards the bottom. He does not want to let Clem have a moment's peace.
Yeah, exactly. As we do see, Nova's going to be going off once again, zoning and keeping Clem busy. At the same time, we have a triple drop towards the right-hand side. I believe we do have Zealots in the vicinity, and we're going to be able to defend, but alas, this base is exposed, and the Nexus may go down.
Yeah, ooh, Bio's pretty good at killing Nexuses. He turns and fights the Zealots, though. Clem missing an opportunity there, I think, to snipe that Nexus.
Yeah, the Nexus does survive. Meanwhile, Clem still being active, pushing through the center of the map. He is spotted by Estrella. Estrella not too far behind, coming in with those disruptors, but he gets caught out. Oh, no!
Oh, the ball's got to empty on top of Clem, and they do not connect. Every single one of Estrella's balls going down there. Oh, Clem with a massive find, and he's going to get on top of this 6 o'clock base. At the same time, he will get that Nexus, and this was looking so good for Estrella, but Clem turning it around, jumping on top of those disruptors.
Exactly. We just went for the pounds. Estrella, he was caught out of position, was caught unawares, and now suddenly everything is in favor of Clem. We have bases going down left and right. Zealots are getting some damage done across the map, but Clem takes a massive supply lead.
Yeah, and as these Zealots go down, Estrella no longer has that economic lead that allows him to take bad trades like this. He is just losing crucial units here, and he's going to chase this triple drop away, but even this is painful for him, losing a lot of these Zealots and Stalkers. And he's already lost 2 bases down here, including his favorite base. And I mean, that's just insult to injury.
It is. I mean, it happens to the best of us here. You know, Estrella, he got caught out, so he did fumble the ball a little bit there, and you know, he just got too excited. Just got a little bit too excited. You know, I mean,
sometimes you just get caught with your pants down, and you lose all your balls, and they just empty everywhere. And Clem will make you do that. Clem gets the 3-1 victory over Estrella.
GG, well played. Congratulations here to Clem, as he is our ESL Open Cup Americas champion. But a shout out to Estrella, because he made a series out of it. And again, like I wanted to believe, like here, even in the final game, it was so close. It was so back and forth. Estrella definitely had his moments.
Oh, he absolutely did. I mean, a really good series from Estrella. He's always so fun to watch. Always so fun to watch.
Yeah, he's an amazing player, and again, there's no shame in going down to Clem, right? He made a series out of it. He took down Beyond in the process as well, so Estrella is definitely in form. But Clem will be our champion.
Right, the bull riding champion of the day, Clem.
He is our champion. Made a great series, though. It was a great finals nonetheless between these two players, and thank you so much, Chicken Man, for joining me here today as well. It's been a very long time since we've casted together, and you made for an even greater finals. Thank you.
It has been. It's been too long. I'm glad we got to do some casting again, and I hope this gets to happen in the future.
Yeah.
More often than once every 8 months or so.
Unironically, I think the last time we casted together was like December of last year, or maybe like January. Yeah. Like it was
probably, yeah,
a long time ago.
That makes sense to me.
But yeah, I appreciate that you're still, still able to cast whenever you can. I know you've been busy, with other IRL commitments and busy with whether it's with work or other things.
You know what it is actually? I'm just too popular. I didn't know. Growing up, I wasn't popular. Popular kids got a lot of shit to do. Yeah. Man, you have all these friends. They want to do stuff.
Crazy.
Keeps me busy. Keeps me busy.
Socializing, going outside.
Going outside. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm going to stay inside.
I mean, I hope you've been enjoying yourself, regardless. Hope you've been enjoying yourself. And yeah, what's coming up next here for Chicken Man? What's up next, casting wise?
I mean, there's KSL on Friday. We'll see you there for that. That's all I got in the pipeline right now.
Let's go.
Yeah, I did buy tickets to go to Home Story Cup though. So the end of November, I'm gonna go to that Home Story Cup.
Let's go. Have you ever been to Germany before?
No, I have not.
Have you left America?
Excited. I have left America.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's been a while. It's been a while since I left this country.
Yeah. I mean, that's really cool to hear. Home Story Cup is always one of those big milestone events to go to be a part of. It's very unique, right? Like there's no other events quite like it yet. We'll see what happens with the SC2 Safe House and how it grows over time. But yeah,
I'm ready. I'm ready to be the NA Home Story Cup.
Yeah.
Make it happen.
See,
then we need an Aussie Home Story Cup.
True.
For you guys.
Once you go there to Home Story Cup, you need to like, trap a take. You need to start the conversation. You're like, mate, NA Home Story Cup. What's going on?
Yes.
They've been rumors for
taking notes.
years.
I'll be in there like, okay, this is how they set this up. This is how they set this up.
We'll make it happen. But yeah, it's really cool to hear that you're going to be at the next Home Story Cup. Likewise, I don't think there's any big events announced yet, but I'm sure if there's ever another DreamHack Atlanta or DreamHack Dallas or another DreamHack in general in NA, I'm sure.
I hope so. I hope so. All right. You have a great rest of your night.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure casting with you.
Oh,
good chatting.
Yeah, it was great catching up, Chicken Man. And hopefully we can do it again sometime soon. And enjoy the rest of your day.
You as well.
Okay. Catch you next time. We're done, Spappy. We're done. Oh my god. And yeah, yeah. Shout out to Chicken Man. I was able to at least cast a little bit with him. Hold on, I need to fix this up. Where we at? Where we at? Bam. So I need to set up my camera. Beautiful. There we go. There we go. Oh my god, I'm everywhere. hold on. Okay, there we go. But yeah, shout out to Chicken Man. Again, we cast very infrequently together, but he's a great guy. He's a great guy. It's always a lot of fun casting with Chicken Man, and I hope you all enjoyed. Hope you all did enjoy the broadcast. If there's ever another ESL Americas or ESL Asia Cup, specifically those two events, and if Chicken Man's ever available and ever casting as well, then we will try to join forces for the semis and for the grand finals. We'll try to come together for that, and yeah, hopefully you did enjoy. Otherwise, we're done. We're wrapping up here for the night. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time. Predictions will be paid out, and we'll see you guys for our next broadcast. Our next broadcast is on the horizon here. We just wrapped up with ESL Americas, and in how many hours time? 5 hours. In 5 hours time, we're going to be back with something a little bit different, with something a little bit special, with with World Team League. WTL World Team League Round 7. Day number 3. We did miss out on day 3 on Sunday because we were casting Sparkling Tuna Cup, and I was just so tired after casting Sparkling Tuna Cup. I just didn't have any energy left, or had very little energy left within me to keep going. So we missed out on WTL day 3 live, so we're going to be covering it in 5 hours time here on the CranKy Ducklings. So if you're interested, if you are curious, then we got you covered. We got you covered. Catch him in the chat. It's catching up in the chat. Also, I didn't get to shout you out earlier, but a shout out to Blake Reduce for the bits, for the 200 bits in the chat, 100 and 100. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Usually when I'm casting with like a bit of a guest caster that's also streaming, I have a hard time like finding room to like address the chat, so I don't often do that. But thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm just catching up in the chat now. 5-star cuisine, smoked turkey leg, yeah, let's go. SC2 bull riding memes. 2025 Homestar Cup Texas grill out with bull riding. Beautiful, beautiful. Deep fry a stick and it will taste good. I'm sure it would. I'm sure it would. Asherbro, the Terran apologist. That is his subtitle. Asherbro, Terran apologist. The money shots. But yeah, hope you all had a great time. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. And stick around, we're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Not too sure who, but we'll find someone to raid and someone to send our love to. Let's quickly check our live tab. I see Practice X is streaming. Who else is streaming? See Practice X. So we could raid Oldmate Practice. There's Caitlyn as well. There is a bunch of people that I'm not familiar with. I'll be honest. Albatross, Patches is live. We'll find someone. So stick around, give them a chance, give them some support, give them some love. And again, we'll see you guys in 5 hours for some WTL. So until then, I guess we'll see you. Hasta luego, papi. Thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for the support. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. We are streaming on YouTube at the same time as Twitch, so if you're interested, you can follow us there. Patreon, Matcherino, donations, all that stuff. If you're interested, you can support us. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for the support. We'll see you guys in 5 hours for some more StarCraft. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.